Motegi, Japan. Honda's backyard. An arena of speed. A track known worldwide as one of the greatest. A proving ground. It's the midway of the Asia Road Racing Championship season. This is where the real fight begins. This is where it counts. Where heroes are made and heroes are broken. Nothing is guaranteed and everything is at stake. The pressure is on. The temperature is rising. The heroes are ready. 14 turns, 4.8 kilometers. That's where the difference shall be made. The home heroes know the ropes around here, but plenty are just as hungry. All the blood, sweat, and tears, all for the chance at glory. The script was changed last season here. And a champion was born. Who will it be this time? Motegi. Good morning and welcome to round 3 for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You join us in the beautiful hills of the Tochigi Prefecture at the Mobility Resort Motegi. This week is going to be a real exciting weekend. We're going to see wildcards from Japan really take it toe-to-toe with the best in Asia, and if anything is to go by for Friday, we're going to see something really special. Of course, coming back into this championship, we saw in the thousands as well, Shoni Shimura really going and putting the fight towards Havisharian at the top. In the 600s, unfortunately, Keisuke Tanaka won't be able to fight for this race because he has an injured wrist, so speedy recovery to him. And in the 250s, it was a proper battle. Ryota Ogiwara, we're going to be looking out for him. Can he take the fight up? Muriel Vitoni was impressive as well, so LFN HB 969 putting in some fantastic work. In the Underbones, it was no one else but Ustizano Fauci again for ZR LFN HB 969. Can he make it a fantastic 4th, 5th, and potentially later on a 6th win? It's really been putting on a great season. And now in the TVS, Sartak Chavan really rising to the form that we expected from him. So everything is to fight for. This morning is going to be qualifying. You saw the Underbones heading out for the first session, and it's going to be qualifying all the way till midday, and then it's race 1 later on in the afternoon. Tomorrow will be the warm-up and race 2s, but first and foremost, let's head to qualifying.
very warm welcome to this magnificent motorsport facility at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're here for the second year in a row, and it's an absolute delight to be here again. Those of you who are watching yesterday will have seen some that we had some shipping delays and limited coverage, although we stayed with the commentary as much as we could yesterday. Today, as promised, we are back with full service, and this being Saturday morning, it's all about qualifying. And out on track, as you can see, are the Underbones, and this is for qualifying 1. So these are the riders that were not in the fastest 12 on combined times yesterday. Yesterday, most of the fastest times were set in qualifying 1, which was in very similar conditions to this, cool, cloudy. So I had to be a little bit careful and to get the tyres properly warmed up and working. But the conditions yesterday were quite ideal in the morning and a little bit drizzly and damp. Quite get their early laps in, or their early quick laps in, and now you can see, as we often do, this is a 10-minute session for the Underbones, and as we often see, the riders are dawdling even though they've only got time for 2 flying laps. The riders are dawdling around the circuit, going just about fast enough to keep the bikes upright, and what will happen, as always happens, is 1 or 2 riders will make a break and actually get their head down and do some work, and those will be the riders that go through. So on your screen now you can see Ahmad Dawisi Sahir and Cheryl Shazras for Estimo Uzi team. They are the ones that are making the break and trying to get themselves into the quickest 2 that will go through to qualifying 2, which will follow shortly after this session. And so, as I was saying, conditions quite similar to how they were yesterday morning. It's cool here, about 22 degrees, overcast. There's no forecast for rain today. Tomorrow could be a different story, but let's see. And Daniel Bogas has made the short trip from pit lane up to this magnificent commentary position. We're just overlooking pit lane. So very much in the action, right by the start-finish line. And the session opened, Daniel, with riders dawdling around. As we often see, they're just about starting to realise that they've only got 1 or 2 laps. They can get in and down. Is that
Masato? Yeah.
Masato, yeah. So Masato Fernando is down. He will not be going through to qualifying 2. Hopefully. He's just winded, or he's looking at his left hand. That doesn't look good. So hopefully Masato Fernando will get himself back up and onto the back of the grid for this afternoon. And okay, another casualty there.
That's Hafiz Farah Rashidan for S1M Evo Yamaha. It's unfortunate.
Yeah,
so early on.
Yeah, so the marshals, as ever, onto it really fast here and getting those bikes cleared away. And looking there at one of the replacement riders, Badly Ayatollah Masarong.
Bike looking a bit unsettled for him there as he tipped into turn 1. Yellow flags there just as they're clearing the bike from the previous crash. Faster Sham goes up into second, fastest sector 4 in this session by him. Ahmad Rishi being pushed down to 4th place.
Yeah, Fazrul had a good outing here last year, so it's a little bit of a surprise to see him in qualifying 2. And it's all gone quiet there.
Oh, is that an issue there for Ricky Ibrahim, for Yamal Elephant? He's putting his hand up.
Looks like it. And another rider's put his hand up.
Yeah, but Ricky Abraham, he's
So-
coming to a stop. Yeah, that's definitely a bike issue for him.
So he's stuck. I just wonder why the other riders are dawdling. But it is Shawar Shazras, who, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, was one of the riders to get his head down early.
Yeah, there we go, Ricky Abraham.
Oh, that's
Spike,
really unfortunate.
technical issue for him. That's a rare situation for Elephant. You rarely see their bikes with any issues, and that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, very true. So, well, they've got time to put it all back together and get him out for this afternoon's race 1. Other riders, they're going into the pits. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the countdown for this 10-minute session.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Shazras and Darisi seem content with what they've done. 2:20 in combined practice times wouldn't have been anywhere near enough, so surprising that they've come back in. And yeah, you can see they knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they've got 0.6 of a second on the next rider up, which is Kiki Suderman for JPN WSND.
Here's one of the Vogue machines, this is Afizi Supat.
Yeah, good to see another manufacturer in this series. Struggling to get on real competitive terms.
Yeah, they will have a long road ahead to get that bike up to spec. And it's unfortunate that it does take such a long time, but definitely they have a long-term plan with Vogue and the AS25 racing team, so there's potential there. Everyone in that garage is well experienced.
So let's see, looking at the timing screen, looks like there's nobody there who's going to trouble Shawar Shazras or Fazrul to go through to qualifying 2. So, yeah, bit of a scrappy session there, Daniel.
Yeah, a few tumbles here and there, so it's really unfortunate. When a tumble does happen on this track, it is fast. This track really flows really quickly, even though it's mostly a stop-and-go circuit. It's got some beautiful flowy sections. Afizi's on an improvement as well here, so
yeah, just see Afizi there going through the tunnel into turn 6. So he's on the flowing section now, and it is really nice.
all things considered, not too bad from Afizi in this session. He's managed to be within 5 seconds of the top. 5 seconds is a lot, but again, we have to take into account this FR150 is a bike that was just released late last year. They haven't had much time to develop the bike, so all this track mileage they're getting is just going to be more and more data for improvements.
Yeah, it's a much bigger looking fairing on the bike. Now we've got a chance to have a close look at it.
He's had a real situation there. Nearly went to gravel. Couldn't get the bike stopped. Yeah, it is a good looking bike, the fairing at the front, with those two inlet vents. There's Fazrul Shami's just coasting about, so his session's done. As of right now, Fazrul is secure in second place. Kiki Suraman just about missing out.
Yeah, so job done. I mean, it really seems, Daniel, as though if you have to go into qualifying 1, all you have to do is a little bit of work and you're going to go up into qualifying 2.
Yeah.
Everybody else just dawdled around, basically.
Yeah, it was a good plan from Shazras and Darisi. A pity for Darisi that he missed out on the top 2 spots, but yeah, the pair of them straight away setting the fast laps for this session.
Yes, Kiki Suderman there, the 178 on the pink machine. He just missed out. And Fazrul just speeding up a little bit to cross the line again, although nothing to be gained for him. So that is this session done.
Yeah. Ade Barsha here, who hasn't set his fast lap. He's still on track. Sector times not looking too impressive for Adib. Left it a little bit too late.
He's got Jordan Bardaru just behind him. You see the best lap time showing on the screen there, Daniel, 5:51. It's a dawdle speed.
There's just too much waiting about, and again, there's not much time for these Underbone 150s. Whenever they head to qualifying, they need to really get on it quickly. And as Adebash that session done, he's not going to make his way into the top spots. Neither is Jordan Bararu. And yeah, Adib, I think he's realized it as well, so he's backing off from this one.
Yeah, just trundling straight into pit lane. The pit lane entry is conveniently located just by turn 13.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment in him. For Adib, I mean, he is young. It's his first experience into the Underbone 150, so he can make these errors, but everyone else needs to really realize that there's not much time in the qualifying.
Yeah, so there we are with our tyre sponsor and the magnificent background. It was Shao Yuzi for Estrimo Yuzi Asia team, who did a 220.38, and that takes him through to qualifying 2, alongside Ahmed Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Factory Yamaha Synergies Racing Team ARRC. Kiki Suderman was the best of the rest, followed by Filipino NJ Sobretodo, and then it was Ahmad Dawizi Sahir, Shamil Amshar for Cardinals, 6th, 7th, Badly Ayatollah Masarong, and 8th was Afizi Supat on that Vosges machine we were just taking a look at. And then it was the other Vosges machine of Tengu Amarol, 9th, 10th Ardeb Arshad, 11th Jordan Bardaru, 12th Hafiz Farel Rashidan for 4S1M, who didn't score a time, and nor did Masato Fernando, who we saw crash. Hopefully he's okay. And Ricky Ibrahim, who had that breakdown. So that's it. We will be back very shortly, in about 5 minutes or so from now, with qualifying 2, which will determine the fastest 10 riders who will go through to Superpole later this morning. So stay with us. We are at Motegi in the mountains of Tochigi Prefecture, and this is qualifying morning. It's Saturday morning, so join us in a few minutes when we'll be back with more qualifying action. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back to Mobility Land Motegi, and we're back with the Underbones qualifying 2 session. So here we have, I think it's 12 riders, but the thing to watch out for is who makes it into the top 10, because the fastest 10 from this session go through to Superbike, which will be after the Supersport 600 qualifying, so they'll be in Superpole at 11 AM local time, and depending on where you're watching, it is currently 8:40 local time. So there is one of the riders who went through, in fact the quickest rider through from qualifying 1, Charles Chadras, the number 61. There's the second one through, the number 11, the Cardinals Factory machine of Fajr Sham. Number 60 going through there. Very distinctive high-vis yellow machine of Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He went straight through. He was on combined times. He was 8th quickest yesterday. Fastest time set was by Husni Zainul Fawzi, who continued his incredible form, having scored 3 wins from 4 starts so far this season. He put the hammer down right from the off yesterday, Daniel, and it just looks unstoppable. And in this company, I mean, we just saw Fajr Sham and Gurvita Krishna go through. Not exactly slouches. In fact, legends in this Underbone sport. But Husni just has found something else.
Yeah, you know, they always say that the only 2 things certain in life are death and taxes, but I think you have to add on Husni being always at the front now as well. It's unbelievable. It just sets the pace every time we see him. And this year, just in his whole career, in Indonesia and in Asia, he's been fantastic. He's at the top all the time, and I think it's a combination of the team, the support, and Husni as well, just being brilliant on the bike.
Yeah, the other thing in this category, though, Daniel, is actually converting speed into results consistently. That's so difficult.
Yeah, it's the tactic as well. The tactic that you decide to use at the end. You can have the best bike, you can have the best lap time, but if you don't choose your lines, choose your strategy wisely for the last lap and the last turn, you're still not going to be anywhere. But he has barely set a foot wrong this season. We've had 4 races, and in all 4 he's been brilliant.
Yeah, his biggest failure so far this season was a P4.
Yeah.
So,
and that's still still about 13 points.
13 points to add to the 75 he otherwise scored. So yeah, Aditya Fauzi, the 177 going through there, another really impressive young Indonesian rider. There he is on the pink machine, just going through the bottom left of your screen. There goes Wayu Aji, together with Alif Ashad on the Uma racing machine. Rehearsal or later on perhaps. I beg your pardon, that's 87, not 27. That's Nazarul Izak. So he was on the podium twice last year. Probably his best race of the season from memory. So we know he goes well here as well, the 2023 champion.
Yeah, these 2 get along well. Wayaji and Nazarul Izak. They do some off-road training together in Indonesia sometimes as well. They have huge respect for each other, and you can see here now they're respectfully helping each other out by just taking the slipstream to each other and really lending a helping hand, and it's working well so far. The lap times are decent.
Yeah, it's a real collaboration which you don't necessarily expect to see between an Indonesian and a Malaysian.
Amidst everything, there's always a huge amount of respect between races, and this is absolutely what we love to see.
So Aditya Fauzi, 177, the first rider through there.
They've gone 2nd and 3rd. This is working a treat for them. Well, now 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Akiraz is there with the 218.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Yeah, I love this. Completely different teams, and they are helping each other out well. But as of right now, the lap times are flying in. And who else but Husni Zainal is the first to break into the 217s. And Fahmi Bassam, ooh, we have a follower. This is UMA Philippines. That is April King.
April, yeah.
And this is the same place that Masato Fernando fell earlier in qualifying 1.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. And I think he's okay. Maybe just a little bit winded. Shot from the airbag going off. Maybe on these two again.
Yeah, this is actually good. It's a good lap coming in from YRG and Nazrul Izzat. Again, they are playing this shake and bake maneuver very, very well, and it is really giving them a treat.
Elsewhere, Husni has set the fastest time through sector 1.
I love seeing this image here. Both great looking machines and two really fun, experienced riders. YRG, former champion. Nazrul Izzat, former champion. Sector 2, they're up again. Sector time. Oh, Zainal Fauzi.
Yeah, sector 2 as well.
Sector 1 and sector 2. He's just set the fastest sectors. This should be a 216 coming in from Husni. As right now for YRG, Nazrul Izzat is potentially going to be a lower 219 or perhaps a higher 218 for them. So it should bump them up a couple of positions, but it's not going to be enough to contest for the top 3 spots. Let's watch them now as they form up onto the last chicane and the straight. YRG is just going to get a bit of slipstream to zip past Nazrul Izzat. Let's see what they do as they come across the line. First will be these two friends that we've been watching, and they do improve a little bit, but not enough. It's a mid 219. That's April King still figuring out whether he's going to rejoin on the track, and no idea what the position there could be. But Husni, sector 4, he has to complete. He's there on screen now. He's going to get a bit of slipstream. He comes across. It's a 216. 216.619 for Husni Zainal Fauzi, and he's going to go for another one, and he will get a good amount of slipstream from the two riders in front of him. Fahmi Bassam's not too far in front of him. Fahmi's improved as well, but it's not close enough. He's a second away from Husni's time. Ooh, yellow and oil flags there. Is that Afif?
Oil flag. Yeah, I think that's Afif and Ran. Can't see the number on the bike.
He's grabbing his left wrist there. I hope it's not serious.
Back with these two champions. Currently the Malaysian Nazrul Izzat at the front. The Indonesian YYG just behind.
Yeah, I think for Nazrul Izzat and YYG, they don't have a teammate. Well, sorry, Nazrul Izzat doesn't have a teammate in this session, so they probably had a bit of planning to run this one together. Husni has already got in front of that trio that we saw earlier. He is just rapid, but sector 1 still the fastest of anyone else, but it's not going to be faster this time for Husni Zainal Fauzi. He might make it around just in time for another lap. He came across with 2 minutes and 21 seconds left.
It's a good time in these cool conditions, given that they haven't had many laps. Just lurking not far behind him is defending champion Fahmi Bassam, and immediately behind Husni is Günter Krishna, his teammate, and another former champion, 2 times no less. Fazrul on the back of those. Fazrul having a decent outing as well. It's 30 seconds to the checkered flag in this 10-minute qualifying 2 session. And just looking at the cut-off point, Pirapong Lumbin is 10th quickest.
Oh, Husni's backed off from this. Oh, Dimas Julia Moka has just set the fastest sector 3 time and the highest top speed. Decent through sectors 1 and 2. I don't think he's going to be enough to beat Husni. He comes across the line now. Where does Dimas go? Oh, Dimas goes to the top. 217.487. And just like that, Husni Zainal Fauzi will not be first in the session.
Can we believe our eyes? Well, great work from Dimas Juli, who put himself on the podium here last year. So we know his quality. Different team this year.
Oh yeah, just looking at the time screens, yeah, it was Afif that's gone off. Yeah, Afif hasn't completed the lap, so let's hope everything's okay with Afif because his teammate did well. His teammate Akid is in P4.
Yeah, just looking at John Emerson and Gito there. Mazerol having a push. Dimas Julie, the number 202. Gimir Krishna in front of him. Fazrul Sham behind him, and his teammate and team owner, YYG Trelixander on the number 60. Just several more bike lengths. I guess he's eased off a little bit. Dimas having a good look around. Just noting the helmet design of Dimas Julie with the big eyes on the front.
Just a bit, something caught my attention. Husni has gone back to the top on program screen. Timing page, it's still Dimas, so I wonder if Dimas has picked up something along the way on that lap. We'll see the official results right now.
Okay, so yeah, so just picking that up, we've got 217.882, which shows Husni Zainal Fauzi at the top. Although, all right, well we'll have this confirmed. There's just a little disagreement there on the timing screens. Fazrul Sham comes across the line.
Yeah, we're just checking right now whether the stewards has deleted Dimas's lap, because there's a bit of a confusion going on right now. So whilst we're waiting for that to happen,
or perhaps they couldn't quite believe that Husni wasn't at the top of the timing screen. So no, that can't be right. Put him back on the top.
So while we wait for the official announcement on the results, we will head to a recap of what happened in qualifying 2 for the Underbone 150s. So, official confirmation, Husni Zainal Fauzi is the fastest in qualifying too. Fahmi Bassam in second, and third is Akadazi is fourth, Ahmad Fauzu Sham, fifth Aditya Fauzi, sixth John Emerson in Grito, seventh April K Mascardo, eighth Nazrul Izzat. Dimas Julia Moko in 9th, Pirapong Nui Bumpeng in 10th, Wayaji Trilaksana 11th, Gubita Kresa Wardana in 12th, 13th, 14th in no time, 13th Ashar Shazas, no time for Afif Rahman. We saw him fall off there, so we hope everything's okay with Afif. And for those wondering, yes, Dimas did set a faster lap, but the lap time did get deleted. We have no word as to what happened, but we suspect probably it was due to track limits. We'll get confirmation and we'll update you further on that later on. For now, we're going to head to a short break and we'll be back with more qualifying action for day 2 of round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship here at the Mobility Resort Motegi.
Welcome back to a cool and cloudy mobility resort Motegi. Not bad conditions at all, no rain forecast today. We say with a slight note of caution, but conditions pretty much ideal, provided the riders give their tyres a chance to warm up, which means they're going to have to get a move on in this 10-minute session. We are looking at the TVS Asia One Make Championship. On your screen are the slowest 8 riders from yesterday's combined practice sessions. Most of these new riders to the series, but not all. Chirant Vishwanath, Kim Min Jae, most notably, have a couple of seasons behind them. At least this is their second season. And then we've got Leandro Paredes, the 14-year-old New Zealander, Nixon Frost, and then riders coming in: Shingo Hidaka, Point Sundar, Farish Hafley, and Yuki Matsushima. So number 21 going through there is Riko Matsushima. Riko yesterday did a 209.8. Fastest time of the day was set by Sartak Chavan, that was a 206.6. And number 17 going through there is Nixon Frost. Getting used to these conditions now. One of the great things about this Motegi circuit is that there are advantage points all around the circuit, in the hills, in the grasses that surround this wonderful, spectacular circuit in the mountains. And wherever you look around, you'll see like little families, little groups of people bringing their picnics. So number 13 there, Leandro Paredes, the sole Filipino rider on the grid. Farish Hafi, the young Malaysian, number 20.
I'm excited to see how Farish Hafi does in this session. I think it was, all things considered, impressive from Farish Hafi, what he did yesterday. He's getting used to the bike and Motegi with the TVS Apache 310. So opportunities around here now in qualifying 1A.
Yeah, he improved between the 2 sessions yesterday by about a second.
Yeah. I think we should see something special as well from the other young talents here, Nixon, and as well as Kim Min Jae.
Yeah, Nixon surely has never been here before, absolutely for sure. He's just not old enough to have had that much experience at the age of 14. But Farish has been here with the Talent Cup. Is that right? You told me yesterday?
Yeah, I do believe ATC did make a visit as well to Motegi, and yeah, he was impressive in the Asia Talent, too dissimilar from the NSF 250s that he would have ridden. Slightly bigger, slightly heavier, but...
Yeah, but they're pretty, I mean, they're virtually prototypes.
Yep.
Aren't they? They're homologated prototypes. They've been getting better and better. This is the 4th season. We've had the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and it's brought us a lot of talent and a really nice mix of the really young, promising riders coming in, like Nixon, like Farish.
Oh, it's a really good time actually, 208.4 from Farish Hafi. That's 7/10 faster than he was yesterday.
So he's getting his eye in quickly.
Yeah, that would have been enough for him to be in the top 6 actually. That's a good time for Farish Hafi for a first flying lap.
Yeah.
Shingo Hidaka as well, not too bad, 209.1. Shingo, your last time out, fastest 209.4. So everyone improving this morning session. This is looking a good session so far. Chirant, he goes to the top now, 208.027 for Chirant Vishwanath. That's his fastest time of the weekend. It's 3/10 faster than he was in practice. And Kim Min Jae now, 209.1. So off the top 4. Kim Min-jae, the only one who hasn't improved on yesterday's time yet. They still would have about 2 more flying laps to complete.
Yeah, Chiran almost surprised to see in qualifying 1A, as we call the first of the split qualifying sessions for TVS. Shingo Hidaka. Great close-up camera work we're seeing. Yeah, so the great work that was done yesterday under difficult conditions by our engineers and production team really paying off today. Great pictures coming from this Motegi circuit.
Shingo Hidaka improving. Chirag Vishwanath setting in some fast sector times. He's on course for 2:07. Leandro Paredes also a decent sector 1 and a really good sector 2. Everyone improving on this lap coming up.
Yeah, Chiran in particular.
Farid Shafi does improve slightly, 2:08.356.
Leandro Paredes coming up too. Good work from the Filipino.
Chirag is coming now as well, fastest sector 3. The fastest sector 4 as of right now is being held by Farid Shafi, but I think Chirag is going to change that. It's Shingo Hidaka, how much further can he improve his time? Comes across the line, he goes up into third, 2:08.3, pushes Leandro down into 4th. Riku now improves up into 5th.
Chirag, who we've seen on the podium, he made the podium by scoring a P2 in Buriram. So we know his quality. So provisionally he's going through, and Farid Shafi sitting second, but being very much threatened by Kim Min-jae. Just has gone up into P2. So good work by the young Korean. There he is, the number 6. Been talking about the improvements we've seen in Kim Min-jae this season, and he's just making his point as we speak. So that's good to see. The season, Kim Min-jae has typically been at the front of the group behind the leaders. So good steps being made by him.
Kim Min-jae improving now through sector 1. Farid Shafi backed off in sector 1, but now he's back on it. I think he was just looking for somewhere where he can get some slipstream, and he does have 2 riders in front of him now, so Nixon, he can take advantage of this.
Nixon having a good one, so keep an eye out for the number 17.
Yeah, Nixon just lost time there in sector 3, so unfortunate. It's going to be a big challenge for Nixon to get used to this. We've seen in some moments where his quality really is shown. These 3 now will have another shots at a fast lap. Nixon does improve, 2:09.8.
Doesn't improve his position, unfortunately, so it's still Chiran and Kim Min-jae at the top. Just behind Kim Min-jae is Farish. But Chiran the second clear. So the experience on these TVS machines and his quality showing for the young Indian.
You can see that just in that last shot that with Farid Shafi with that little bit of slipstream. Look at that, he goes fastest in sector 1 now. Farid Shafi is on, it's not over yet.
And
Kim Min-jae.
Yeah, he's having another good one. Great work from the South Korean.
This is not over yet.
Kim Min-jae consolidates that P2.
Ooh, Farid Shafi goes on the inside of Nixon Keith Frost. And he's done it cleanly as well, so he wouldn't have lost too much time. Now he has another bit of slipstream coming up in front of him from Leandro, and he makes his way through Leandro as well. Again, nothing disturbing his line. So sector 2, another fast one for Farid Shafi. As of right now, he's a few times faster. Kim Min-jae did improve, 2:07.3, so that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, it did, but he's quicker through both sector 1 and sector 2. So this is a good one from Farish, who alerted us yesterday, Daniel, to his quality, and now we're seeing it. The number 20 machine leading those two into the braking area at the end of the back straight.
This is going to be close. His Sector 3 time was very similar to Kim Min-jae's, but he was so much faster in Sector 1. So let's see whether Farid Shafi can piece this together to make it into qualifying 1B. Nixon's on an improvement as well. Farid Shafi, let's see what happens. They come across the line. Farish, will he make it? He goes fastest.
Straight up to number 1, so he made up a second.
Whoa.
Shiran.
207.1 right at the end of it. So Farid Shafi, round of applause for him.
Absolutely. That was a stunning lap, because we were looking at him and Kim Min-jae, but actually he leapfrogged Kim Min-jae and took first place away from Chiran.
Oh, and Riku Matsushima right at the end went up into third, pushed Kim Min-jae down into fourth. What a day for wildcards.
Yeah, and what a brilliant first qualifying session for them. We've got another one to come, and there are your results. Farish Happy with that late last minute charge, snatching by several hundredths the quickest time from Chirag Vishwanath. So those two will go through to qualifying 1B, which is coming up in 10 minutes, and then it was Riko Matsushima. Kim Min-jae looking really promising for this afternoon. Shindo Hidaka was 5th, 6th Leandro Paredes. Nixon Frost, the 209.2 for the New Zealander, was 7th and 8th. Alwyn Sundar, the Indian, 210.949 for him. So we'll have a look at a recap of what was really was a great session for the fight for the two places to go through to qualifying 1B. So we'll show you that, the highlights of that again in just a moment, and when we come back it will be for qualifying 1B. Lots to talk about there, a real championship tussle going on this season. Just while we wait for that to come up, they were very close to the some of the best times being set yesterday. And yeah, look at this. As we were saying earlier, there are some lovely spots around here. Fans absolutely loving it. They know exactly where to go. You get the impression these are people who know this place really well. Got a little flag and a big flag. And the photographer knows a good spot when he sees it as well. So yeah, all looking good there. Yeah, the photographers know this is a good vantage point. So we've got a recap of that session coming up, I do believe. Welcome back to ARRC round 3 at Mobility Land Motegi, and we are ready to rumble with qualifying 2, or qualifying 1B rather, for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This is a shootout for the top 8 positions for race 1 on the grid for race 1 this afternoon. And there's a really tight tussle at the top of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And the rider on your screen is not the one who's leading it. There is just a handful of points, 2 points between first and second. Championship leader is Malaysian Ramdan Rosli. Then it's Hiroki Ono, who was imperious last year and the previous season, winning almost everything. This season, that real dominance has been broken by Ramdan and by the exciting young Indian who's really putting some great races together and consistency, Sartak Chavan. Those three have just 8 points between them at the top 3, and just tagging along behind them and improving all the time, so looking very much like a contender, is Spain's Luis Miguel. So we've seen some really tight action. The dominance of Hiroki Ono has been broken, although I say that with some caution because this is his playground at Motegi, Daniel.
Yeah, I think Hiroki, despite the challenge that he has from the riders behind him, or around him, I should say more so, this is a place where he should flourish. We saw how brilliant he was, despite his fellow compatriot Zenmatani really putting in a good charge for qualifying. In the race, Hiroki is a whole different beast.
Beast is the right word.
Yeah.
He's one of the nicest people, the most charming people you can meet off the bike, but indeed, my goodness, he's an absolute monster on the track. Doesn't just like to beat his competitors, but humiliate.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be the rider that's in front of Hiroki Ono in Motegi, let's put it that way.
Absolutely ferocious, and always makes for such a great competition.
He completely lost his footing going into turn 1, but he managed to remount well. Yeah. That's quite a shot, and he's got Luis Miguel right in front of him. The young Spaniard who won race 2 in Sepang.
Yeah, that was great to see him opening things up as well. Hunter Corney improving too. So a couple of 6th places and a 5th. So that's Farish Afi in pit lane there. In discussion with the TVS management. I'm not sure what that could have been about, because this is just a 10-minute session. There's 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes remaining.
It's interesting that Farish Afi didn't get out immediately with the fast riders.
Shafi absolutely brilliant in qualifying 1A. Now we're looking at the young Australian gun, Hunter Corney. The young Spaniard, Luis Miguel. Trailing them is Chirant Vishwanath, who thought he had the fastest time qualifying 1A in his pocket before his pocket was picked by the young Malaysian Farish Happy. Shot there long, that's a 760 metre straight downhill plunge into turn 11, then it's through the tunnel, and then a long time on the left side of the tyre going through turns 12 and 13. Then smash it over to the right for the final turn 14. There goes Chirant, the number 4. So see some times coming up on the screen now, just to give us our bearings a little bit. A shake from the front there from machine of Chirant.
Switching on the entry to turn 1 by Chirant Vishwanath. Luis Miguel just coasting about. I think he's just looking for track position. Chiran just trying to stick behind Luis. Let's see where Hiroki Ono might be on track.
So 207 for Chiran. We're in the 206s yesterday. 206.6 was the fastest time of the day. Sartak Chavan. Good ride there with Hunter Corney. Did nicely on that TVS Apache. Hunter Corney's corner man. As each rider has a mentor. Sometimes it's a parent, sometimes it's a family friend, but in the case of Hunter Corney, it's none other than the Sultan of Slide, Gary McCoy, who the audience, if you're of a certain age, will remember very well from the early 2000s. Absolutely spectacular Australian MotoGP rider. Daniel, who isn't old enough to remember it in real time, quite, is also nodding earnestly, because I think his accomplishments surpass history, really.
Yeah, growing up I did see videos and photos. Didn't get the pleasure to watch it firsthand on the TV screens, but definitely what a legend he is, and what a man to have by your side for Hunter Corney. Hunter Corney, he has improved as well, 208.2. As it stands, Hunter Corney sits. Oh, it's all changed up now. Ramdan goes up. Hiroki Ono goes up. 205.
And he's in the 205s. Yeah, absolutely. So he has just locked about almost 1.3 seconds off the quickest time yesterday that was set by Sartak.
He was saving it. He was saving this for today.
So now it's game on, and that was a very decent time from Ramdan. So it's Hiroki, Ramdan, Sartak, top three in the championship in a slightly different order.
That is, I think, I'm just checking the lap times again. That might be the equaling what some of the fastest lap times last year, and yeah, it's not quite. Last year we saw 203.7 by Zamatani, the brilliant Zamatani, but Hiroki Ono, no one besting him. Hiroki Ono goes faster in Sector 1. He's on course for 204. He is now flexing. He's showing that this is his playground, this is his home. He is very much the man to beat. Sector 2, he goes even faster. 204, knocking on the door for Hiroki Ono, and he has slipstream in front of him. Not that he ever needed it, but this time he does have it. Farid Shafi's going to get a good one behind him. Farid Shafi, ooh, lost a lot of time though in Sector 1 and 2, so Farid Shafi will have to hope for the next one, but
yeah,
the star right now is Hiroki Ono.
Luis Miguel just holding him up a little bit there. Let's just see how that pans out. So here they come, down to this crucial turn 11. Hiroki Ono clear now of Luis Miguel. Clear track in front of him.
He did lose a bit of time in Sector 3, but he's still the fastest one in Sector 3 over anyone else. Hiroki Ono now into the front straight. This should be mid to high 204 for Hiroki Ono, and that's going to be really tough to beat in qualifying. Luis Miguel will get a bit of a tow. 204.580 for Hiroki Ono. He gaps Ramdan by just under 1.5 seconds. Luis Miguel improves up into fourth. Farid Shafi, his first flying lap. That's not a good push. He will have to hope for another one. But Hiroki Ono.
Hiroki Ono trundles off wide. Puts a hand up to say, it's okay guys, you can carry on playing. I finished until this afternoon. But my goodness, we knew what he was capable of.
Equaled his qualifying last year, actually.
That's it, yeah. So the lap times on pretty much an exact par with what we saw here last year. Absolutely brilliant. So it will be Hiroki Ono on pole position this afternoon. Next to him, championship leader Ramdan Rosley. and Sartak Chavan joining them on the front row. And then the next one is Luis Miguel, who's challenging to get in contention for that top 3 in the championship. Here comes Ramdan Rosli, number 2. Best lap, a really good best lap of 2:06, but nothing like in the same dimension as what we've just seen from Hiroki Ono. Here comes Ramdan. Sartak Chavan also on a quick lap. Just projecting about the same lap time, those two. Ramdan just getting a little advantage, I think, on this lap as they've been through 3 sectors now. Ramdan really quick in a straight line as well. So here comes Ramdan, the number 2. Head down, heads for the line for the last time. And it's a 2:05.727. So nobody other than Hiroki Ono has got into the 2:05s, and he just blasted straight into the 2:04s. But that is a convincing P2, although 1.1447 seconds behind home hero Hiroki Ono. Sartak Chavan, another 0.3 down. There we are. Have a look at it on the large graphic. 2:04.580 for Hiroki Ono. Next up, Ramdan Rosli currently leading the championship. Sartak Chavan currently 3rd in the championship and 3rd in qualifying. 2:06.062. And then it's Luis Miguel. Hunter Corney will join him on the 2nd row, and also on the 2nd row, Chirant Vishwanath, Indonesian Rendi. On the number 10 machine did the 2:07.112. Farish Hafi, who was late out into that session, 2:07.889. So those are your first 8 riders on the grid for this afternoon's race 1. What a great session, and what a statement from the defending champion Hiroki Ono. We'll take another look at the highlights of that session very shortly. And next up, coming up at 9:40 local time, it's currently 9:32, will be a straight 30-minute qualifying session for AP 250. And we've seen lots of surprises there. There are some wild cards that are potentially going to make it onto the podium, and a very, very quick Japanese rider, regular rider in the shape of Reichi Takahira, who we're expecting great things from. Let's take another look at that session.
Hiroki, brilliant as always. But yesterday was a bit of a different story for you, but today we saw the true Hiroki Ono once again in Motegi. Can you tell us how you feel being pole man for this weekend?
Yeah, I improve a lot. Compared to yesterday. So yesterday I have some small problem, but today fix. Then I make a good lap time. Yeah, I'm enjoyed this home race. Yeah, I think race was tough. Maybe fighting with other rider, but I concentration 100%. Then I wanna get the victory.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Good luck with the race later.
The Asia production 250s, the AP 250s are on track now, coming out on track for a 30-minute qualifying session. And we have a big field here. We have we have 31 entries in this AP 250 class. So a field absolutely packed with a variety of regular riders, and as always when we come to Japan, some really exciting wildcards which we'll be looking at as this session progresses. Riders now just coming into sector 2 of their sighting lap, their out lap. Nice mixed bunch of riders there, including some of the wildcards, such as the number 50, Kotaro Togashi. Togashi yesterday doing a best time of 209.9, and that compared with the fastest time that was set by T.Y. Antares' sensation, Reach Takahira, who did a 207.553, 0.02 of a second faster than championship leader and triple winner so far this season from 4 starts, Fadila RB Aditama for Astra Honda. So on your screen there is the number 14, Joan Reeves Emmanuel, one of 2 Indian riders in this category, and somewhere in that group just behind him is his teammate Kevin Quintal. The number 14 is Kevin in his third season, I beg your pardon, in AP 250s. Familiar number 65 there, sliding his way into turn 5 into turn 5 was Chao Vietnam, and coming through on the right side of your screen there, the number 40 team boss and rider for T.Y. Antares, Shen Chen Zhang. There are 3 Vietnamese riders now, happy to say, all doing well. Chao Vietnam, of course, being the high-profile one, with numerous podiums and a win in this class over the seasons, but also Nguyen Hu Tri, the number 18. He had a pretty decent day yesterday. You can see some of the bright colours here. If you see a brightly coloured bike, it's probably a wild card. So very familiar colours we can see on our screen there. Number 24 is Davino Brittani, and the number 93 is championship leader Fadila RV. Davino Brittani a little bit quiet yesterday. RV, as I said a few moments ago, just 0.02 adrift of the fastest rider of the day, Reached Takahira. Fadila RV, the quality and the experience that he's applied to this series, having raced abroad, he's brought a lot of that maturity back and looks like a real leader in this team. And so it's a good combination they have between RB and the young Davino Brittani. So they go through turn 5 into turn 6. 2 little dark patches where they go through tunnels on this circuit. One just after turn 5 and one after turn 11, which is that spectacular corner at the end of the long back straight when they're braking downhill. RB just moves to the front of this pairing. They're helping each other along, as we've often seen over many years with Astra Honda, these beautifully prepared bikes. By virtue of his advantage in the championship, Fadila RB is running with a 500 RPM rev cut off the top end, which hasn't really shown because he has won with it, so the Astra Honda technicians just seem very adept at adjusting the mapping to give him a nice smooth power delivery throughout the range, and RB himself adapting really well to that slight disadvantage. So this is another lap complete for this pairing. Dilla clocks 2:08.7, fastest time in these very early laps is Ryota Ogiwara for Sanwa Racing. Both the riders on board for Sanwa Racing looking really strong. And stepping back in time to about a year ago from now, Ryota Ogiwara put himself on the podium in race 2. He was second. In fact, on that podium there were 2 Japanese wildcards, Yuta Date being the other one. Race winner was the brilliant young Indonesia, Kiandra Ramadipa. That is the final complex of really tight turns. 157 there. What a brilliant transition this rider, Murabil Vitoni, has made from underbones to these tanked machines. It's a really good pick by HP 969 because they have so many quick riders, including no less than Fahmi Bassam, who won the Underbone 150 championship last season. But they chose Murabil Vitoni to move up, and it was a really good choice because he was amongst the fastest riders all the way through yesterday's qualifying. He ended up 3rd quickest on combined times, just a tenth or so slower. So a rider going off very wide there onto the runoff area. And number 78, that's Sikari Okubo. Sikari 18th fastest yesterday. And the number 16, that big pink number 16, was on the back of Irfan Ardiansha, who we always expect something from. And Reach Takahira moving steadily up the order. He had a crash yesterday in the 3rd session, but was the fastest on combined times. He's currently a second adrift from the quickest rider. That is currently Chandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and he was quick all the way through yesterday. There in the middle of your screen there, plunging down to turn 11, is the 157 of Murabil Vitoni. Following him, the 97 of Ryota Ogiwara. As I said, podium finisher last year, so one to watch, very much one to watch again. So Chandra's best time, 2:07.3. And that is a really good time early in the session, because the best time set by Reach Takahira yesterday was 2:07.5. Ryota on a 2:08.4. And next up, we haven't seen him on screen yet, but Kritapat Kankum, the young Thai star, very much fancied by domestic fans as the next big thing in Thai racing, and there's one of the big things in Indonesian racing, the number 56 of Galang Hendra Pratama. Great to see him in such good form in terms of races, in terms of the championship. Galang Hendra currently third in the championship, 47 points. The runaway leader in the championship is Fadila Arbi, having scored 3 wins and a P8, sorry. But there is Galang Hendra's best result is 1 podium, but he's finished in good positions. Worst position being 6th, finishing all 4 races, and that's what you need. Another podium or 2 this weekend would do his championship chances no harm at all. But with the guile and the speed of Fadila Arbi, it's difficult to see other riders over the course of the full season getting on terms with him. But let's see. Third round, as Daniel and I were discussing yesterday, is often a turning point in the season in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So let's see what happens this weekend. 2 Kawasaki's going through the 108 of Andy Mohammed Fadli, 2 times champion in this category, and Aiki Iyoshi. There is your another wild card there, the number 81 of Rintaro Takemoto. And this one, a nice little collaboration between Uma Racing MMR, the Malaysian outfit, with Akino Speed Green Cycle, Japanese sponsor. And that's good to see as well. Just going to the outside of your screen there was Kotaro Togashi, beg your pardon. So Murabo Vitoni has got himself to the top of the timing screen, 206.9. So fastest time of the weekend, and with this session just over halfway through, a provisional pole time, it's he's 4.4 of a second clear of Chandrahar Mohan. There's Togashi again, number 50. He moves up to 12th with a 208.6. So he's replacing Jacob Sablaya for SDG Hart Pro Honda Philippines. So he's making a very respectable job of this as a replacement rider. So you've got Vitoni, Murabo Vitoni, Chandrahar Mohan, Ryota Ogiwara, the top 3. Then it's Kritipak Cancun on a 208.445. So work to do for the Thai rider. The number 44 there is the fastest man yesterday. That's Rishi Takehira. Just behind him is the number 69 of Aldiaz Axel Ismail, riding for Yamaha Bamalu. There is provisional pole sitter Murabo Vitoni, 157, just behind Rishi Takehira, and behind him is a Mick Mal, the number 124 for Victor Racing Team, who went so well in round 2. Looking for more from him. So this little group of riders here, including Murabo, including Takehira, just holding each other up a little bit. There is the number 124 of Izam Iqmal. He's got 1, in fact 2 of the Kawasaki's behind him. So Andy Fadli, coming back from a long and difficult injury, making his way. We know his quality when he's fit, He's got a very different machine to ride now in this 4-cylinder Kawasaki than he had when he won his last title a few seasons ago now. So Hikari Akubo being tailed there by Murabil Vitoni, just allowing himself to drift off the back of that group. He has an advantage of 0.4 of a second at the moment. Kandra with 13, almost 14 minutes remaining. So we are at the midpoint of this session, so there will be a lot of changes. And Takamoto just improves his time slightly. Kari Okubo for Sanwa and Ryota Ogiwara, the two wildcards that are really worth looking out for. Improvement there for Ogiwara. There are the two Kawasaki's running together. If you just listen, you should be able to hear the scream of those 4-cylinder inline Kawasaki 250 engines. That was more of a wail than a scream. Aldiaz Axel, the number 69, going through there. Jazil Jarami. Then a rider worth watching in the middle of your screen there, sandwiched between the Kawasaki's, is Faraz Putra Fadil for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. One of Yamaha's favoured sons in Malaysia, in his home country. Really talented rider, stepped up this season from Underbones to 250s. And he's going well. 10.8 was his best time yesterday. He's not on the screens yet, but further down the screen, and surprisingly so, number 16, Irfan Ardiansha. We haven't seen anything of him yet in this session. Kritipat putting the work in, the Thai rider. He's got 7 laps in at this stage with 11 minutes remaining. Jasil Jarami goes through there, the number 68. As I said, 31 riders in this field, and you can just see how spectacular this looks. Daniel's made his way up from pit lane. And Daniel, this is a huge field to look at here. And riders that are expecting to improve. We've got Murabil, Chandra, Okiwara in the top 3. RB currently down in 12th, 1.5 seconds adrift. So that's something that's likely to change. But brilliant again from Murabil Vitoni.
Yeah, Murabil's been improving. Every time that we see him in the 250, he looks right at home. And I was having a chat as well with the team manager just on the way out from a hotel. Oh, that was a big moment there for Galang teammate Aldiaz onto the grass. But yeah, they as well. They're so impressed with how they've done for the rookie season into the EP250 class. It's not just the first time for Murabil, it's the first time for Yamaha LFN HP969 as a team as well. So hats off to them for the brilliant work that they've done.
Yeah, and don't be deceived by the red and white colours of the number 39. That is Yamaha Racing Thailand's up-and-coming star, Kritipat Kankun. We're used to seeing him in blue. So I don't know whether those are special colours for the Yamaha 70th anniversary. If you go back in history long enough, I had an R1 in those colours.
Yeah, I saw the designs as well in other championships, so we'll get confirmation again if that's what's intended here, because it does look really good.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, most of the unusual colours belong to the unfamiliar colours belong to wildcards. But that's the familiar black helmet and Yamaha blue leathers of Kritapat, shaking his head as he went into pit lane there. There's number 44, Rish Takahiro, with another young gun behind him, Faris Putra. Faris, we're expecting to keep improving. He's got a good rider to follow here. Must be about the same age, those two. Faris is, what, 17 now?
16 still, I believe.
He's still 16,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, both really impressive talents. Faris still getting around with that Cardinals bike. I've seen him ride with an R3 before, and he was equally as quick as most riders in the top 10, but just finding that synergy between himself and the team here in the AP 250 class.
Yeah, a lot of, sorry Daniel, I was going to say a lot of riders in pit lane now. That's Rintaro Takamoto, number 81, on those unfamiliar colours, but there are some lovely looking bikes. I mean, they're so bold with their colours, aren't they? They're not too complicated, just big colours.
It's a beautiful livery. That's the collaboration between Uma Racing and Akeno.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to see, a Malaysian and Japanese collaboration. And that's Kotaro Togashi in for Jacob Sablaya for the SDG Hawk Pro Honda Philippines machine. But with what we got, I was going to say 10 minutes remaining, it's actually 7. Where does the time go? So there's going to be some changes, you can be sure, at the top of the timing screen. RB currently 12th, Irfan Haikal 13th, Tagashi 14th, Estavino Brittani, number 24 for Astra Honda. He seemed to be struggling a little bit to get to grips with the circuit yesterday. Ryuji Yoko, a much fancied Japanese rider, the number 62. 9th now, 1.4 seconds off Murabil's fastest time.
Yeah, it's a strange session. This is completely different from what we've seen in practice 1, 2, and 3 yesterday. The riders we expected to perform well aren't really, well, half of them are doing decently, the others are further behind than we expected. And yeah, it's a strange one. Galang, who had a bit of struggle in the early practice sessions, practice 3 went well, and in qualifying right now going really well for him. Rich Sakira finally improves up into 4th.
Yeah, the 571 there is a replacement rider in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. There's a lot of riders on outlaps now. There goes provisional pole sitter with the 157, Murabil Vitoni, number 31. So easy to spot those Cardinals machines, whether it's in this class or Underbones. The bright blue and the yellow wheels.
Murabil there on his outlap. So let's see whether Murabil can find some improvements. Not too far behind him is Ryota Ogiwara. Can expect him to put on a brilliant show once again. And not too far behind Ryota and his teammate, that is the other wildcard, Intaro Takemoto.
Murabil just gliding past a slower bike there.
That's one where a lot of question marks are being raised because he's been brilliant for the past couple of seasons, but here in Motegi, he's just struggling.
Yeah, he hasn't joined the chat as yet.
He was racing last weekend as well, but in a 600 class. It was brilliant there as well. So really strange as to what's going on with Cal Vietnam and the recent Vietnam team here in Motegi.
Yeah, 2:10 was his best time in free practice yesterday. So nowhere near what it needed to be. These bikes are going quicker than they were last season. Let's just have a check. What we were doing last season time-wise. So qualifying, 2:07.155 was the pole set by Ferozi Torikatula. So yeah, a little bit quicker this season. There's the 44 TY Antares Yamaha of Reach Takahira.
Yeah, well, just as we mentioned, then saw the letters on the back of him there, Reach. He's reaching for gold this weekend.
He certainly is. There's got to be that pun and more. We'll try and dig them out later on for race 1.
We've prepared a list.
Yeah, and there goes Isam Iqbal just ahead of him.
He's not doing too badly.
Yeah, he's doing okay. And it was great to see him on the podium in Sepang too. Let's have another look here at Murabil. Going wide there.
Oh, onto the grass as well, yeah.
Yeah, into the grass and into the gravel.
Yeah, it looked like he just struggled to get the bike down the gears. Maybe they made some adjustments and that's causing it to get a bit stuck, but for now, Rich Takehira improves in the second sector. Isam Iqbal is going to get a big advantage by being behind Rich here. He's going to get good slipstreams. Let's see what happens on the next lap. I don't think this lap is going to be too impressive from either one of them. But let's see now.
RV's on the move, further down the order, as you might expect.
Yeah,
Yeah, as you said, Daniel, these two are going to be good to watch.
RB was doing 2:07s yesterday, and he was doing it quite consistently. But in this session, 2:08 is the best he's done. So RB needs to find a little bit more. If he gets into the 2:07s, he's going to be in the top 5, and that's where he needs to be championship-wise for the battle. Reach is backing off from this. I think he knows Isam's trying to tail behind him.
Yeah, it was a good idea for Isam, perhaps not such a good idea for Reach. Just behind them, Togashi for SDG Hawk Pro.
Yeah, Kotaro Togashi is doing, I would say, a decent job as a wildcard. Overall, yesterday 2:09.9. This session he's improved by well over a second. That puts him in 14th. So he'll be right. Well, if we look at the pace right now, it should be a battle in the second pack, which puts him in a decent position for good point scoring positions.
Yeah.
At the front is just the top 4 where they're all lapping in the 2:07s, apart from Murabil with that 2:06. Oh, Isam's gone
there's
down.
Isam, yeah.
What a shame for Isam Iqbal.
So that's his qualifying session done.
He had such a brilliant race weekend in round 2.
Yeah, he's okay anyway. So he'll be in the fight this afternoon. Let's see where he starts from. Fadil really not building on his progress. Kritapat on the move. Fadila RB now having a push. It's a decent sector 1 for him. In fact, a very decent sector 1. So take a look when we find the 93, just to see if he's got a good position on the track, so he's not going to get held up as he lunges for a fast final lap. Murabil sits atop. He's in pit lane. There's number 88 going through. That's Chandrahan Mohan, provisional second row. He's not going to improve this time around. I don't think RV's going to improve either. Davina Brittani at the front of that group. He's further down the order as well. So I think no surprises as they come through for the final time. Past the checkered flag, Kritapat's making a lunge. and he moves up one, so he provisionally is going to lead the second row. So that's a good job from the young Thai, number 39 there. It's a good session from him, and a whole load of riders coming across the line now. So let's see, as the timing screen jumps around, what changes. And what changes at the top is that Ryuji Yoko moves up onto the front row next to Murabel Vitoni and Chandra Hermawan. And there'll be another wild card on the second row, Ryota Ogiwara, who we saw on the podium last year. So really good session there from Murabel. As Daniel said, not everything that we expected there, but let's just have a look at those positions, especially this first 8, probably the most interesting. So Murabel Vitoni, best time 206.913, excellent again from the Yamaha LFN HP 969 rider. Chandra Hermawan, he's been quick all the way through free practice yesterday and carried it through to start from the front row, as will Ryuji Yoko for Team Tech 2 and YSS. Ryota Ogiwara, we know his quality already for Sanwa Racing Team. He will lead the second row. Alongside him, Kritapat Kenkum and Reach Takahira. Hikari Okubo will start 7th for Sanwa Racing Team. So Sanwa 2 bikes on the first 2 rows. And Fadila Avi starting 8th. 9th, Galing-Hendra Pratama for Yamaha BF Yamalube. And late crasher Isam Ikmal, good enough to start 10th. Daniel Shami Sharel for Uma Racing will start 11th. 12th, Fadil Masyavi, good work from him as a replacement rider. Rintaro Takamoto for Uma Racing Akino Speed will start 13th. 14th, quiet session for Irfan Ardianshia for Maestro NWN SCK. And 16th, Katara Togashi for STG Hark Pro, another rider, stand-in rider doing a good job. Davina Brittani for Astra Honda 17th. 18th, Aiki Iyoshi for Moto Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech. Gao Jiang for Team One for All starts 19th. 20th, Aldiaz Ixal, 209.2 for him. Andy Fadley, teammate of Aiki Iyoshi, 209.3, and a 209.6 for Jazil Jarami for Team ACR. 22nd, 23rd, Cal Vietnam, way down the order, as was Faris Putra Fadil for Cardinals Factory Yamaha Images. Shinchan Zhang for TY Antares was 25th, 26th, Kevin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam, 27th, 28th, Nguyen Tonampu, 29th, John Reeves Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. And we're not done. I think we have 2 more coming up, 3 more coming up. Longnan Zi for Victor Racing 214 was 215.5 for Liu Guan Yuan for Team One for All, and no time recorded for the number 32, Kotaro Togashi, the number 50. We did see a lot of him, so I'm a little surprised at that result. Anyway, to be confirmed. And we'll just take a look at the highlights of that session.
Maroba Vitoni, it's a brilliant pole position this weekend. Can you tell us about the journey of this week? Because you looked fast, so tell us how it's been from yesterday until now for pole position.
Ya, syukur alhamdulillah di kualifikasi ini bisa posisi 1. Untuk balapan hari ini, Bismillah, semoga bisa mempertahankan posisi 1 ini sampai race 1 dan race 2 besok.
So he's saying he's thankful for this pole position for qualifying, and he's hoping that he can hold on to P1 for today's race later on and for tomorrow's race as well. Congratulations to you and the team, Marobil, and good luck for the race later.
Welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi. The howl you can hear is the unmistakable howl of the 600 Supersport 600s, and the unmistakable figure of Daniel Kazmayuddin, just weaving his way out of pit lane and onto the circuit for his outlap. 3 bikes emerge from the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia pit. The second of those three riders. The number 32 going through there is Helmi Asman, who was in really dominant form yesterday in all sessions. Looked really good, had a couple of minor crashes at the end of free practice 3, but he led the way yesterday. Just behind him is the 44 of Karel Idampawi. Didn't have the best day yesterday. So there is Helmi. There's Kip. And already running wide and looking for track position was a rider behind him. I didn't quite catch who that was. It looked like one of the Astra Hondas. Helmi and Kip getting down to it on their first flying lap. And yesterday, in addition to Helmi Asman performing so impressively, 154.2 was the best time that he set, which is in the final session of the day. Casper Daniel was also on fire, just less than 2/10 slower than Helmi. Ooh. And the number 53 there of Adaki Amon getting all crossed up, under braking there. This Motegi circuit, very challenging from 2 points of view, or at least 2 points of view, but one of them, as we just watch Amon come into the final section, braking again really hard. And here we are with the number 21 of Adinanta Putra, championship leader. The championship here nicely poised, with Adinanta at the top on 67 and Anupab Samoon on 63 and Helmi on 57, so 10 points between Adinanta and Helmi. Helmi on superb form so far, and Casper Daniel on great form, although hasn't had the consistency to put him quite in contention. He's on 48 points currently, just ahead of Karel Idampawi and Wayu Nugroho. Wayu Nugroho looked really fast yesterday in free practice 1, but faded a little during the day. Adinanta Putra does what he tends to do, which is work on getting his bike set up right and ready for the race, and was 4th quickest yesterday. But we know how well he goes in the race, and we know how well this rider goes, number 27, Casper Daniel. We've seen him for several seasons already in ASB 1000. Didn't quite gel with the Yamaha R1. Now he is on the R6, back on the R6. We saw him on the R6 going absolutely brilliantly back in 2019. And he's definitely found his mojo now. He's on a competitive machine. And as they get a couple of laps in, Anupab Samoon was had a disappointing day, it's probably fair to say. Yesterday, the number 500 was 9th quickest on 155.1.
Adinanta and Cosma, they're both on really hot ones. Cosma, the new fastest Sector 1. Adinanta, not too far behind. Sector 2, however, for Adinanta is not great. Helmi Asman still holds the fastest Sector 2. Yeah. Let's see what Cosma is capable of on this lap. This should be a good one coming in from Cosma Daniel.
Yeah, Shurafud and Asman currently quickest, 154.1. So that's quicker than Helmi managed yesterday.
Much better from Damok.
Yeah, he had a quiet day yesterday.
Cosma, fastest Sector 2. Here comes Cosma Daniel. He was 3/10 faster than Adinanta on his current lap, so both of them on really hot ones. Adinanta potential low 54. Cosma might break into the 53s.
See, he's got nobody to hold him up.
Sash Kazma, we're passing the
Yeah.
traffic there. But he's still quick. Oh, Kip's gone quick in Sector 2. So Kip, he's on a hot one as well, but he's lost time through Sector 1. Let's see. Kip and Kasma on current hot laps. Really quick they are. Kasma on the final turn now. Full gas. Down to the straight. What's it going to be for Kasma Daniel? He's leading this large group. 154.5. Yeah, he's lost so much time through Sector 3 and 4. But Kip, he might just do this. Is Kip at the front? No, he's in the middle of the Honda Idemitsu sandwich. Might get a bit of a tow.
Yeah, he might do, but the first rider into the 153s is Kazma.
Yeah. Oh, and Kip the second one to do it. So Kasma, the first one into the 53s. 53.9. It was a good one for Kasma. He's on another good one. Sector 1's brilliant. Kasma's got that Sector 1 locked in. But Kip now, 53.8. That's the quality of Kip. Adenanta needs to respond at some point of this qualifying.
Yeah, as a reference, fastest qualifier last time here at Motegi was Azroy Hakim Anwar. He was 153.2. Conditions obviously not quite the same. Quite cool here still. And we all these riders running on mediums. We haven't seen qualifying tyres yet, so plenty to go on. They're just less than 9 minutes into this 30-minute qualifying session. There is Kip, the number 44, currently sitting on top, having set that 153.8. So that's the marker. Sharifuddin Azman goes through on Kip, who's still on the move. Much better from Damok.
Yeah, Kip moved out of the way because he saw Shajutong is holding them up a bit, so they need to get past Shajutong first before they can continue on setting fast laps. They want to run as a trio, these guys.
Yeah, and they will. They just need to get past Shajutong cleanly.
Herjun now improves up into 8, so it is better from Herjun. 54.5. Yesterday Herjun lapped in the 55, so good improvements from Herjun, and all three Honda Idemitsu Malaysia bikes come back in. Adenanta came in earlier, so there will be setups perhaps adjusted slightly. And at what point do we see qualifying rears? 53.8.
Yeah, they could be coming now, because a lot of riders have made the stop early, including Damok, Adenanta, Helmi, Kazma and Kip. So a little bit earlier than usual.
Yeah, that's a cool shot there. The Idemitsu Honda mechanics in sync, rolling the Helmi and Kip's bike in.
Yeah, Helmi's always a good one to watch in qualifying because he's so quick on race tyres. It doesn't always benefit him to go on to qualifiers. But good to see Kip really getting his eye in today. That's Herjun Atna Firdaus, number 46.
Yeah, Herjun's slowly getting used to the Supersport 600 riding. He's slowly closing that gap into the top. Just looking at the fastest lap times that we've had, 53.8, 53.9. Generally, we see about half a second. Of course, it depends on the track, but in a track like Motegi, with the nature of the stop-and-go circuit, I'm expecting maybe close to 7/10 that we can find a bit on qualifying tires. So keep a good look at this man on screen, Kasma and Kip, as well as Helmi Azman. I think we will dip into the very, very low 53s once qualifying rears are on.
Yeah.
Kasma with a bit of character there as always.
Well, he looks kind of relaxed and happy.
Yeah, that's dangerous for everyone else, isn't it? If Kasma's that calm.
Yeah, he did look really good yesterday, really threatening. We know what a strong racer he is.
Soichiro, our former Supersport 600 champion back in 2023, he's found himself in 7th in this session, so he's not too far behind. He is, of course, one of the wildcards that's going to be very familiar with Motegi and a bike that's very capable.
Yeah, another team with three bikes in this category, along with Idemitsu, Honda Malaysia. It's Hongyong Yamaha, with, as you say, Soichiro joining Kyle, Kyle Paz, and Kazma. There is Anupam Samun, 9th quickest yesterday, which is not what we really expected from him, sitting 2nd in the championship, and with all the quality that he has and all that he's achieved in his career so far. Good also, Daniel, to see an SDG bike in the 600 category.
Yeah, it's great to see this. I hope this is just a little bit of a warm-up for them for next season, because we know SDG runs the 600s in Japan and they run it very well. So hopefully we will see the introduction of a Super Sport 600 SDG Hark Pro Honda bike next season for a full season.
Yeah, number 15 there, the Team One for All machine, ridden by the, how old is he now? 16-year-old?
Yeah, about that.
I think about 16-year-old. That's not his age on the front, is it? He was 15 when he was in TVS. But yeah, good to see Rocco Sessler and Team One for All in the Supersport 600 class. So everybody is currently in the pits.
Some discussions there between the Honda directors.
Yeah, so Kip on top. For sure we're going to see some green flashes on the tyres when some of these guys come out again. I would anticipate most of them.
Fran Motegi has gone completely silent on track, and
Yeah.
it's building up the suspense for what will be a really interesting balance of 16 minutes in qualifying.
Yeah, it is literally everybody.
We don't always see this.
We usually see Sha-Jin Tong
remaining
I'm just
thinking
on
that,
the circuit, grabbing some screen time for himself and his sponsors, which I always think is a good move. And there's the famous landmark at this circuit, the NGK Spark Plugs timing tower.
Yeah, I love having this NASCAR style position monitor. There's Soichiro. Yeah, he looks happy.
Yeah, he looks relaxed.
With his iconic mouth guard as well.
Yeah.
He's ready to fight, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah. I think that, well, there's no pressure on him this weekend.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant rider. Former champion.
We have some Yamaha Thailand fans as well in attendance.
Yeah, they found a good spot too.
I love seeing them fans coming around. Seeing more them peppered around more than last season's edition of Motegi. So it's good to see more fans coming in.
There's Kyle. He had a really good day yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going on for Kyle right now. It's just hasn't really clicked for him in this session. Oh, that's a good looking bike.
Nice little motard up there on top. There we are. Instagram time.
I do love that hairstyle.
Yeah, that's it.
And they see the camera now. Love seeing the fans in Japan coming around. They always bring so much color around.
Yeah, the circuit's in the middle of a little basin. You can see already some people in the grandstands as well, having a wave. And as the song says, enjoying the silence. SDG, I think they need a bit more vigor in that flag waving.
Yeah, and right in front of us you can see the Ito Motoharu sign at the front, and next to it the Go Go Quito banner that we saw in Sepang as well. So,
yeah, so Quito has his army of following fans as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. And I mean, you can see the accessibility of this circuit. You can literally drive or ride up right to the edge and choose a really good vantage point.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the edge of our commentary box. Tana was just watching what the Hore Idemitsu boys were doing. And it looks like everyone, yeah, Yamaha's about to come out.
I think everybody's going to be on qualifying rears because we've got less than 13 minutes remaining, and yet here come the trio from Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
Carl's ready to go.
Helmi, Kip.
Carl Security, they were waiting for that. Yeah, Security is going to tail right behind the Honda Idemitsu boys. He was waiting to see them run past, so here we go.
Yeah, so Chiro pounced out. So did Anupam Samoon.
He nearly went into Anupam's space there. Kazma not worried about being behind anyone else. He knows he's got the pace to do this on his own.
Yeah, sensibly just holding back.
Look at that confidence in his eyes. That was really interesting to see. It's rare to see Kazma this confident, because this season has been so different from his previous seasons in Asia. It's always great to see Kazma at his brilliant best.
Yeah, and interesting too that Damok is leading the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia trio, itching to get going. Adinata Putra trying to look calm, but unfortunately the camera caught his knees jumping up and down.
This is the out lap. They'll have, well, we've seen them attempt a third flying lap, but realistically 2 flying laps is what you get on these tires before they get a bit cooked. So let's see what's going to happen. I hope for them no one gets in the way of each other. That has happened this season already, so they'll have to try and give each other enough space to play around with. Helmi takes a look behind, sees Kips closely following.
Yeah, lots of hand signals, everybody knows where they are. And there is a plan here. It's Damok Sharafuddin Azman who goes into the final section first on this out lap. Oh,
they're having a bit of an argument then between Helmi and Kip.
I think that was an argument rather than an after you, no after you.
Yeah.
Another triple rider set for 600s. 21 is championship leader Adinanta Putra. 46 is Herjan Atna, and 1, 2, 3 is Reza Danica Arens. Kazma's ready.
Kazma really gave himself a lot of room to just prepare for this lap. So let's see what's going to happen.
He has a plan, and it's a plan of his own.
He's not getting in anyone's way right now, so he does need to hurry on. There will be riders reaching behind him very soon. He's just trying to get as much heat as he can into those tires, but he's running so slowly, it might be counterproductive. Oh,
Helmi gets out of shape.
This is interesting now between Kip and Helmi. They clearly, Helmi shaking his head. Clearly, they're in disagreement with the tactic here. So this is not good for them.
No, it's not. As you said, Daniel, only realistically 2 flying laps here. It's game on now. This is the first one, and the chemistry isn't quite working between Helmi and Kip. He's so strong yesterday.
Oh, this is interesting. So now Kip's annoyed with... They're all arguing with each other, it seems. What's going on with the Honda Idemitsu boys?
Yeah, Helmi needs track position. Look at him. He's surrounded. He's not happy.
Yeah, they're not. They just don't want anyone to be behind each other. And look, they're really...
They haven't got time.
What is going on with Idemitsu Honda Malaysia?
This isn't right, but this is going to trouble Kazma Daniel. This is playing right into the hands of Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin on the Hongleong Yamaha. It's game on for him now. As he gets on his way on that qualifying rear tyre. Here he comes, using the curb, avoiding the green. Really nice, precise riding at the start of this flying lap for Kazma Daniel. There's a steady sector 1. Let's see what he's got. There's going to be one more lap after this where he can really fly.
Yeah, the first sector is not an improvement, but it's still a very quick first sector for Kasma. Second sector, again, not that quick. So what's going on for Kasma here? Is it that perhaps that tire is giving him a bit too much grip right now? But Kip's finding no issue. Sector 1, Kip's gone really quick. So Kip, he'll be finding an improvement on this lap. Oh! Is that the Idemitsu Hondas? That is the Idemitsu Hondas. That's Rocco Sessler and that's Damok.
Yeah.
That's gone down.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened there, but the two bikes are down together, and they're actually, I don't think Rocco was unqualified, but let's see what happened.
Damok went on the inside of Rocco. He lost the front,
So he
and
lost the
Rocco,
front.
domino effect there for Rocco.
Yeah, he couldn't avoid it.
That's unfortunate. Damok just asking too much from the front tire there, and Rocco.
That's a heavy tumble for that one for all machine. One for all Yamaha, very unfortunate.
Things are not going very well there for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. A bit of disagreements on the qualifying lap, and
This is a good one,
one
Daniel,
out.
for Kip.
Kip improved through Sector 1. Sector 2 needs to ask for more. Sector 3 was going to be right behind Helmi. Helmi on this lap, decent, but Adenanta Putra making full use of the qualifying compounds. Adenanta will shoot up a few positions and maybe even onto pole. Helmi makes an error there at the final chicane.
And he gets in the way of Kip, so this won't help them. This hasn't been the best stint they could have had for these two Idemitsu bikes.
Helmi goes up 53.9. Where's Adenanta Putra? He will be across the line any time coming. Helmi backs off in this. I think Helmi's tires will be cooked by now. Here goes Odaki Amon and Adenanta Putra with a 53.2. Odaki Amon, what a lap. 53.6 from him. Reza Danica goes up into 4th. Oh, big moment there for
He
Reza.
gets right out of shape. But that's a really good lap for Reza Danica RNs, and a fantastic lap for Adenanta Putra.
And because of everything that's happened between the three Idemitsu Honda boys, now Helmi's down into 6th. Damok, due to that error, is down into 9th. So what looked like to be a dream start to qualifying for them has turned into a disaster.
Yeah, this is all over the place because although Adenanta is a great racer and championship leader, he doesn't normally stun in qualifying. We've got 5.5 minutes remaining. He's got Adaki Amon behind him on the SDG Hawk Pro machine.
Kasma struggling as well with the qualifying race. He's improved through sectors 2 and 3. Kasma does go up into 3rd, so Kasma did manage to get a decent lap in, 53.5. But there are other riders who are on decent laps as well. Herjan's actually on a pretty decent lap. Similar sector times in sector 2 for Herjan in comparison to Kasma. He's just lost a bit of time in sector 1. Oh, Daki Amon aggressively on the inside of Adenanta Putra, but he goes wide.
Yeah, Adenanta's got that under full control. He's got that's Soichiro with him.
Yeah, Adenanta not too interested in giving Soichiro the luxury of being behind him. Adenanta, provisional poleman, but Kasma Daniel, he's going for a 3rd one. We've seen this in Sepang for Kasma. Was it Sepang or Buriram? But Kasma has done 3 fast laps on the qualifying race before, and he sets the fastest first sector by 2/10.
Yeah, that's a really good one for him. And if you remember, on his out lap, he was going really slowly, so he probably has got another real flying qualifying lap here.
This could be a masterpiece from Kasma Daniel. He's had clear track for himself. For the majority of this, he goes even faster now in sector 2. That's nearly
really
2/10 faster.
Yeah.
This could be a 52
So
from Kasma.
he's already up 0.4 at the halfway point.
This could be a 52 coming in for Kasma Daniel. This is a really good one coming in. Odaki Alman improves again in sector 1, so Odaki might find another position, but the man on a real charge is Kasma. Sector 3 is an improvement as well. Not the fastest, but he is improving. Just a few turns left for Kasma now as he goes through the tunnel. 2 more chicanes to go.
This could be a qualifying lap record for Kasma Daniel and Honglong Yamaha.
I'm struggling a bit for the grip on the exit there, you can see.
Here he comes. Across the line now.
Will it be a 52? It's a 53.037 for Kasma. Not the dream 52, but still, what's a lap from Kasma Daniel?
And still a qualifying record.
Yeah, you can see that celebration there.
That's it.
He knows it.
The plan worked. He didn't have anybody around him. His two teammates, there was no attempted collaboration with them. One of them is behind him, McKinley Carl-Paz.
What a lap, Cosmo.
Kyle further down than we expected. He's currently 6th.
Look at this, he struggled for grip. You could see he was throttling off at the last chicane. He couldn't get on the gas as early as he would like. Had he had a little bit of extra grip, he would have done a 52.
He would. There's Wayne Agroho, the number 89. Currently 7th. Why you're not improving? There's 2.5 minutes remaining in the Supersport 600 qualifying, and down goes Xiaojun Tong. As you can see, his airbag has gone off, so his qualifying is done. So Xiaojun Tong is done. Marshals guide him to safety. The yellow flags will be out in that sector. Let's just see where he went down. Yeah, he went down on the exit to turn 13. It's lucky the bike didn't come back onto the track. It's a relatively low speed tumble, and Xiaojun Tong for Victor Racing is able to walk away from that. But at the top, with the qualifying lap record, is Kazma Daniel. Here comes Adinanta Putra, currently 2nd. His qualifying tyre is well and truly barbecued. This won't be any improvement for Adinanta, but he looks like he's earned himself a front row start. Often we see him leading the 2nd row. So let's see what he can do from the front row. And the battle is set for certainly a real fight between Kazma and Adinanta. And as we've been saying, it's a theme that Daniel came up with. This could be a turning point in the season, and with the championship very tightly poised, with just 10 points between the first 3, it could be time for Adinanta to pull away, or for Kazma Daniel, who has had two low scoring, well, 1 DNF and 1 3-point finish. Anupab Samoon hasn't found the pace this weekend. We know he's strong in the race, but he's currently down in 12th. So he hasn't found the key to Motegi yet on Supersport 600. This has been a good qualifying session too from Reza Danica Arens. Looks like he's going to be on the 2nd row. The checkered flag comes out now to end the session. As we just look close up there at Anupab Samoon. This won't be an improvement for the Thai rider. Last lap was a 1:57. Nowhere near the pace he needs to be to compete. Currently 2nd in the championship, Anupab. They've got some work to do before race 1 this afternoon if he's to remain in contention, because this rider, number 27, is definitely coming into the championship picture. Brilliant session. It was well planned and a real masterclass of qualifying by Kazma Daniel, who's well and truly on form. Just a friendly wave there to his teammate, McKinley Carl-Paz. He'll start from the 2nd row, so that's decent from him, although he looked more promising than that yesterday. So nobody else going to trouble the scorers here as the final riders come through. Damok Sharafuddin Azman just completed another lap, so he got back up. Kazma sticks his leg out to acknowledge his pit crew as he crosses the line for the final time. And him and McKinley Carl-Paz will cruise around their slowdown lap together as we look at another very well organised spectator getting his picnic out but it was a 1:53.037, the fastest ever lap around this circuit by a Supersport machine for Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin and Hongyong Yamaha Racing. Good qualifying as well from Adinanta Putra, championship leader, will start second. Third, Karolidin Pawi, 1:53.292 for the Malaysian. Adaki Amon doing a terrific job in their debut in the 600 class for STG Hark Pro, 1:53.6. Next to him, Reza Danica Orange will start fifth. Sixth, McKinley Carl Paz. Seventh, Wahyu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And Helmi Asman, who was supreme yesterday, will start eighth. Soichiro Minimalota for Hongyong Yamaha will start ninth. Shirafudin Asman 10th after that crash, so a disappointing session for him. Herjanat Firdaus for Astra Honda, his best time was 1:54.16. He was 11th. 12th. Second in the championship, Anupab Samoon. And Tanak Long Pleao for Honda Racing Thailand will start 13th. 14th for Rosie Torakatula, and 15th Kitsadar Tanachot. So it seems none of the Thai contenders in this class have found the key to Motegi. Jakrapat Pudisan, the third Honda Racing Thailand rider, 16th. Rocco Sessler scored a 1:56 before his crash, and Shajin Tong, a late crasher, 1:57.7. He will start 18th at the back of the grid. So what a session that was. A well-deserved pole from Kazma Daniel as his main competitors got themselves tangled up. He remained clear, as did Adinanta Putra, and put in really good performances. Now, next up, we have two more sessions. One is a firm fan favourite, the Superpole, and that will be followed by ASB 1000. But here are the highlights.
Kasma, it's an excellent way to start the weekend for qualifying. You left that qualifying lap really late though. I think it was on the third run, and you managed to save enough tire just to get through. But it looked like you struggled for grip right at the end there. Can you tell us about qualifying?
Syukur Alhamdulillah. What I'm target for, I achieved. So I want to start from front row because I know Honda and other rider quite strong in here, and this is also my first.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
So we are back and we're coming towards the end of Saturday morning qualifying. And before we see the Superbikes on track, we are here for the Superpole shootout for the top 10 places on the Underbone starting grid this afternoon. Just getting down is Dimas Juliet Moko, the number 202. So the way this works is there are 10 bikes, they go off in 2 groups, 5 apiece. They do an out lap, a flying lap, and a slowing down lap. So just going out there is April King Moscado, the number 43, the Filipino. Good to see him in Superpole. We're expecting something great for him at some point this season. There is John Emerson Ingito, former race winner in this category. So we start with the slowest of the 10 fastest qualifiers, if that makes sense. And then the last rider out will be the fastest qualifier. We're looking there at Pirapong Libumpeng, the number 24. Each rider separated by 20 seconds to make sure that there's no effect from slipstream. Pirapong tentatively puts his head down to try to just get a little bit more aerodynamic advantage. And what a shot that is of the background scenery here. As he comes through the tunnel, through the final section. So he's going to set the marker now. He puts his head right down behind the fairing. And it's go time for him. So off goes Pirapong on his flying lap. Dimas Julie has started his flying lap. There he is for race deck 60 in those very easy to spot Dayglow colours. And here comes 2023 champion Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin. Last time we were here at Motegi, he was second in race 1, third in race 2, so we know he goes well here. And there goes April King. So the first 4 riders in this session now on their flying laps. Just making sure that the idea of this super pole is because for the small bikes, slipstreaming is everything, especially on a circuit like this where there are so many long straights, just to isolate the performance of the rider and the machine. Pirapong Lui been paying the sole Thai rider in this series. He's been riding with Team One for All, Japanese team, owned by the great Wee Chi Wee. And he's due a podium result. It's a long time since we last saw Pirapong on an Underbone 150 podium. He's always quick. Hasn't gotten onto the podium as often as he should have. Plunging down the hill there comes Dimas Juliet Moko. Braking now, braking so difficult on that downhill section. Back to Pirapong, who's going through the final sector now. This will be the time that everybody watching in pit lane is looking at. As he goes past, he stops the clock at 2:20.466. That's your marker. Now, here comes Dimas Juliet Moko. Dimas Julie goes fastest, 2:19.554, so 0.9 of a second faster. And here comes Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin. Nazrul puts his head down, keeps it there. He comes to the line, and he does a 2:19.7. April King next up. April King minimises his bulk over the bike. And the last of this first 5, number 25, John Emerson Ingito. So currently Dimas Julie quickest, then Nazrul, then Pirapong, and John Emerson Ingito goes 4th. So Dimas, Nazrul, Pirapong, John.
Last time around at DTF Fauzi, was fastest in Super Pole.
2:17 he did, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a phenomenal performance for him.
Such a good season for DTF, just a shame that he couldn't finish it off in the way he wanted to. And for now, Dimas Julie takes the reign in Race Tech 60 Racing Team, and so far, it's looking decent for him this season.
Yeah, he's starting to. He's getting to that point where he can convert his speed into results. He didn't manage it last time here at Motegi, but we have seen him do much better this season.
So I'm just wondering how Husni's going to go around this, because 2:17 was already a really, really good benchmark.
That was
be better.
That was 9/10 quicker than anyone else. That was a phenomenal lap by Aditya. So yeah, I've been looking forward to this, just to see what Husni can do about that. As we just take a look, close-up look at the lush scenery.
And the nature around here is absolutely beautiful. More fans in the stands there. Already in this morning qualifying session, we're seeing quite a decent attendance of fans.
Yeah, this location is quite isolated, so there's not a big population around here that can get this. So my guess is these are people who live fairly nearby and love racing, and they're going to get a big show this afternoon, that's for sure. Now the second 5 riders being summoned to the exit of pit lane.
So the next 5 to go out: Ahmad Fazl Sham, Akid Aziz, Husni Zainal Fauzi, Aditya Fauzi, and Fahmi Bassam. We've got the defending champion Fahmi, and the rider on the rise to glory, Husni Zainal Fauzi.
And Aditya Fauzi coming up there, the number 177. We were just talking about that fantastic lap that he pulled off last season. But it will be Fazrul Sham, the number 11 for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. First away, or is it?
And Aditya Fauzi, the only Honda in this. So he's carrying the Honda flag for the Underbone 150 very, very well. I think with the way Aditya's been performing, we might see a few more Hondas coming in next season.
Yeah, Honda's at the top. We have seen so many of the fastest riders on Yamahas, like this one, the number 11, Ahmed Fazrul Sham, leading the way once again in this category for Cardinals Factory Racing Team. Those beautifully turned out Yamahas, and there is the number 13. It's not an unlucky number at all for Akid Aziz. And there's another rider capable of doing, you know, practically perfect laps in Superpole. We've seen so much from him. Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, currently 40 points adrift, although in second place behind Husni.
And there comes Husni, the championship leader with quite a good margin. 3 out of 4 races have been Husni's.
Yeah, it's just an incredible record. If you consider the level of competition in Underbones, the closeness of the racing, how he has managed to come through and actually win 3 races. I mean, just getting on 3 successive podiums is quite an achievement in this category.
Yeah, there'll be those who argue that Husni's bike is quick, but here's the thing. You can have the quickest bike in the pack, but if you don't plan your strategy on the last lap well, then you won't be on top. But Husni, who has been brilliant in the last lap fights, in positioning himself, in making sure he gets the correct exit.
Yeah, well, this is a team sport, so the teams work as hard as they can to get the bikes as fast as possible.
Fahmi in his outlap,
yeah,
set the fastest.
Well, we know how fast Fahmi is. It's surprising that we've been talking about him this weekend so little.
Yeah,
actually, because he is there.
Here we go now, Aditya Fauzi to begin the second half of Super Bowl for the Underbone 150s.
Yeah, he set some record last season. Let's see what he can do this time around on the Honda. He was Race Tech 60 Yamaha last time.
Fahmi on the outlap has just set the fastest second times in sector 2 and 3. It's only his outlap. Unbelievable. But let's see, Aditya Fauzi will cross sector 1 anytime now. Akiraziz has also made his way around the final turn now. He'll begin his flyer. Aditya Fauzi through sector 1, it's decent, but will it be enough for him to be at least in the top 2 rows?
Yeah, that's a quick sector 1 compared to the others, although Fazrul Sham goes quicker.
Yeah, they're looking for 30, very low 35s and higher 34s for sector 1, but for now, Aditya and Fazrul Sham, it's not the quickest laps from them, but still potentially can make it onto the second or the first row. Ooh, it's actually a really, really good sector 2 from Aditya Fauzi, nearly equaling Fahmi Bassam's fastest sector 2 on this lap out. But Fahmi Bassam, 34.8. There we go, that's more like it. Fazrul Sham now, 37.7. Near identical times in sector 2 between Fazrul Sham and Aditya Fauzi.
Yeah, and we've yet to see, Husni comes in with a 35.1, so
it should be a front row for Husni, but
it's not a done deal.
Yeah, it's not enough. Not yet with Fahmi's lap that he's putting on right now. Wait, they've bunched up. How's this happen?
Am I seeing things? So Akid Aziz is being caught. We'll see that again.
Okay, we know that Fahmi was pushing on his outlap, but right now he's got an advantage by being behind Akid's slipstream, so...
This is because he was so fast around his outlap, maybe. But... So Fazrul Sham comes across. Fazrul goes second with a 2:19.2, 2:19.177. Currently the quickest. That is with Aditya Fauzi. Once again, it's nothing like as fast as we saw last time. So here comes Fahmi, who has overhauled Akid Aziz by virtue of that fast outlap. As I see it, Fahmi Bassam goes to pole. Still got Husni to come across the line. He comes across the line right now, and he does a 2:17.793. Sorry, we've got something different on the timing screen here. 2:17.2 for Fahmi Bassam. So those results to be confirmed. There's a little controversy by virtue of the fact that Fahmi Bassam caught up and overtook Akid Aziz. Now that could have been due to a number of reasons. Akid Aziz has not posted a time. He has completed his lap, so we're just waiting for clarification about the fastest lap, which looks like it was with Fahmi Bassam at a 2:17.202. So at 2:17.437 was the Superpole record. So it looks like Fahmi Bassam has the Superpole record, if that is confirmed. Now the riders are not supposed to catch up the riders in front, but if the rider behind is going fast on the outlap and the rider in front is going slow for whatever reason, then from my point of view, which doesn't really matter, I think it's probably fair play. So here are the provisional results for Superpole. 2:17.203 for Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion. Brilliant ride from him. Husni Zainal Fauzi, who's been so good all weekend. Second, joining them on the front row, Aditya Fauzi, who was pole position last year for JPNW SND Factory Racing. Ahmed Fajrul Sham will start from the second row in 4th place. 5th, Dimas Juliet Moko. 6th, Nazrul Izzat Bahodin. 7th, Pirapong Louis Bumpeng and John Emerson Ingito will start 8th. April King Moscado for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippine Racing Team starts 9th. And Akira Ziz, who had something of a mysterious super pole lap, will start 10th. But he did post a time of 2:21.921. So we'll just recap that, and while we do so, have another look at what happened on the fast Farmy outlap and how he caught and passed Akira Ziz.
Fahmi, it's been a consistent weekend for you, and I remember in press conference you said the goal is to get as many points and to hold on to the championship title for once again for 2025. So can you tell us how Superpole was for you just now?
Untuk hasil Superpole ini, alhamdulillah mekanik saya dan mekanik dan tim sudah melakukan setup yang terbaik untuk race. Untuk Superpole kali ini saya bisa berada di posisi 1. Alhamdulillah. Minta doanya semua warga Indonesia, keluarga di rumah untuk race nanti.
So Fabi said was him and the team and the mechanics have set up the bike the best that they can for the race, and for Superpole he's thankful that he managed to get P1 pole position for this race, and he's hoping that everyone back at home can pray for him for good luck in the race later on. So Fami, congratulations, good luck for race 1 and race 2 tomorrow.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
We are at the climax of Saturday morning qualifying here at Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's fantastic to be back at this magnificent facility in the mountains of Tochigi Prefecture, about 2 hours north of Tokyo. And we've had a fantastic day, an intriguing day yesterday of free practice. We've had some real battles in qualifying so far. And now we have a 40-minute session just beginning for the ASB 1000, the Superbike class. There are lots of regular quick riders and some really quick and exciting wildcards as well. We just peer in there at the quickest rider yesterday, Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing on the gorgeous Ducati Panigale, just coming into your shot there. And leaving pit lane is Zakwan Zaidi. Conditions today. Daniel, you've been outside a lot more than I have, because I haven't been outside at all since about 7 a.m.
So
yeah, what conditions like out there?
much cooler than yesterday, actually. Really cool winds, very cool breeze that we're having. So it's going to be nice and chilly out there for the riders. But just before Superpole, we nearly had similar conditions to yesterday's practice too, where there was a bit of a misty rain, but that quickly stopped. So that's why I didn't want to worry anyone by saying that. But as of right now, it's completely clear. We're not expecting any rainfall as of yet. And it looks like everyone else is comfortable with going on normal race compounds first. I thought if that was the case, if we were going to have some raindrops, they're going to quickly get out in the qualifiers, but everyone's pretty confident with the weather.
Yeah, it's a 19 rider field for this ASB 1000. And number 12, Cameron Dunker on the Moto Go Yamaha. He's already on a flying lap, and he goes past these riders that have just come out, including Nakarin, the third one to go past. Nakarin and Turupat had a spectacular event here last year. 2 podiums for him, one just a few hundredths of a second behind race winner, who will be race 1 winner, who we'll be talking about shortly, but that was Sho Nishimura. There is Hafiz Shirin, and we were speculating yesterday that this could be a turning point. Daniel, this is your narrative, the turning point narrative, but I think this could be true for Hafiz Shirin, as he hasn't won a race yet, but he's just a handful of points behind in the standings, sitting in P3 behind Azroy and Nakarin.
Yeah, I think Hafiz and JDT have found something this weekend. It's been looking good for Hafiz Shirin. He's always had a good feeling in Motegi, and right now, whatever the team's done, I'm not cricketing in the wall there, but yeah, whatever it's been done for Hafiz in that garage has been working really well for him. Although I will say it is a turning point, and what could be a big factor are the wildcards. We've seen Sho Nishimura looking brilliant. The last time we saw him on the BMW of TKKR, he won it here. So Sho Nishimura on that Honda has been looking just as quick again. It's not going to be light work for Hafiz. And let's not forget Kito Abe. Last season, Yuki Kuni's championship got completely changed when we came to Motegi. Might be a similar story for Kito, because he's been really good race pace wise. He just needs a better qualifying.
Yeah, that's it. And there is the 17-year-old Cameron Dunker. There is Kito Abe right on cue for Daniel. Yesterday he was 8th quickest, the best time of 1:51.4. Improvements during the day for Kito.
Rase Takeru with a 1:51.7 already. That's Suzuki going really well around here.
Yeah. So that was just 2 laps in for Takeru. Or Takeru, probably. If my Japanese friends want to correct me on that, I'd welcome it. Apiwat Wongtananon moving up into 3rd. I think the BMW, the A1 Energy BMWs are worth talking about, Daniel, because they were not really in the hunt yesterday in pre-practice until late in the final session, the third session, when Afiwat came through and bagged the second quickest time of the day behind Hafiz. So let's see what they can do today.
Indeed, what we've seen from Apiwat is he has no issue with doing one fast lap. It's just the race pace that's been a bit of a tricky one for Apiwat to wrap his head around. And I hope that we can see Apiwat get more used to the BMW and get more comfortable. Now Murasi Takeru sets the fastest second sector time, so the laps are going to keep improving until we get onto those qualifying rears. Interesting, we have a mix of tire selection, some running medium, some running soft rear, medium front, some running medium rears and a hard front like Cam Dunker. So
yeah, we saw a whole variety. At one stage, Hafiz was running a hard front and a soft rear. I made a note of it because it was so remarkable if you have this kind of nerdy mindset. But yeah, he was running a hard front and a medium rear.
Lachlan just clocked in his fastest time of the weekend, 51.2. Sorry, 51.289. That's 8/10 faster than he was yesterday. Hafiz 51.2 in second. Azan Shah 51.0. So a good lap there for Azan Shah. That's half a second faster than he was yesterday. But now look at Shota Ite. He's on a really hot lap. Shota Ite is going to go up a few places with this one. He goes up into first. Shota Ite 150.9. The Yamaha R1 of Shota Ite is looking good in qualifying.
Yeah, so already we're into the 150s on qualifying tyres. Oh, and Azroy, who had a really quiet day at the office yesterday, has just jumped into P1 with a 150.902. So Azroy is now in the game, having been surprisingly absent yesterday. His best time 151.2 yesterday. So he's already improved on that and jumped to the top of the timing screen. On qualifiers, we saw 149.9s last year, and there's nothing to suppose, given the quality of this field, that we won't see that again. So let's see if we get, once again, later in the session, and probably on qualifying tyres, get into the 149s. And here, really on it once again, is Hafiz Shirin on the number 55 JDT Ducati Panigale. He completes another lap. That was a good one, and 150.5 for the Malaysian. There's the 21, Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan coming good once again in this class. One-time champion 2022, two-time champion in Supersport 600s when that was the blue ribboned class in Asia Road Racing Championship. So Azroy here on another decent lap. Let's see what he can do in the final sector. Yep, another good lap from Azroy. He moves just a few thousandths behind, sorry, a few hundredths behind Hafiz Shirin. So championship leader Azroy has come fast out of the box. 2 podiums last time for this rider, number 41 on the Honda Racing Thailand CBR 1000 Triple R. Nakarin second in the championship, just lagging Azroy by 1 point. Double win for the Thai in his home race. Double win for Azroy in his home race in round 2 at Sepang. There's number 24, the A1 Energy BMW of Apiwat. I was saying yesterday, he figured out how to get this bike round on 1 or 2 quick laps. But the race pace, as he gets used to this BMW, hasn't been there quite yet. And that's nothing to do with Apiwat, because we know his race pace is really strong. Oh, and down goes Azroy. So the championship leader already in the dust. There is just 10 minutes gone in this 40-minute session. It wasn't a bad tip-off. Let's just take a look. It's hard over on the right, and the front just gets away from him. Down he goes. He can't hold it on his knee. So a little setback there for Azroy. He's back up. See the dust from the gravel track all over the front tyre. And now making a push is Kito Abe. Kito currently 7th, best lap of 151.1. And there is Motohiro Ito on the Motobum Honda. Had a great day yesterday, best time 151 and a little bit. But look at that bike, absolutely beautifully turned out. Colour scheme reminiscent of the classic Castrol Honda colours. Green just a little bit more olivey than the Castrol colours, but a gorgeous looking bike. Azroy back in the pits. That bike's going to need a little bit of an inspection. But plenty of time, and he's currently sitting 2nd. So best lap we've seen so far, 150.5 for Hafiz Sharin. There's number 64, the Kawasaki, I'm delighted to say, of Ryosuke Iwato. Kawasaki Plaza Racing Team. So good to see them there, being tracked there and sized up by Zakwan Zaidi on the Idemitsu. Honda Racing Malaysia, CBR. Having a look at the Kawasaki. So good to see Kawasaki back in this championship after a long time. Zakwan goes up the inside into turn 1. Turn 1 turns into turn 2. This is a really good shot of just how tricky turn 1 and 2 is. Going there through turn 5 and into turn 6. So we're riding here with the Aprilia of Akito Haga. Akito Haga, we came in as a wild card in Sepang. We're delighted to see, as we hoped, that that was a warm-up for this race. Akito yesterday did a best lap of 154.5, so a lot more to come from him. But let's just have a look at the aesthetic beauty of this machine. The leg out there, so he's going to trundle off at turn 13 into pit lane. Very safe and easy pit lane entry here right at the end of the lap. Back with Motohiro Ito, the number 15. Ito currently 9th, the best time in this session, 151.3. Hafiz back in the pits. Tyre warmers go on, so perhaps we're not going for qualifiers yet. Hafiz sits at the back of the pit box, just fastest. But Kito Abe has just gone to the top with a lap of 150.412. Let's go down to Daniel in pit lane.
So now let's have a look at the Suzuki Gixxer 1000 of Murase Takeru. It's a beautiful bike. There's no wing, there's no aerodynamics done. It's a very classic Superbike fairing. And let's just have a look at what is on this bike. So there's not much to talk about. It's got a very different muffler than we've seen Vega Sports Racing Project. It's stuff that we don't usually see in the Asian Road Racing Championship. Other than that, it's a very bare bones Superbike, and it's all about the handling, the chassis that Suzuki has done for this Gixxer. It handles beautifully through the turns. It doesn't have that top end power, but we're just going to give them a bit of space as they're fitting the qualifying rears on Murase's bike. And let's have a quick look at the ZX10. Now this is a bike we haven't seen in a long time in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Once again, nothing much aerodynamic wise. There's no winglets. It's got Showa front forks. We can see it's a sharper fairing over the previous ZX10 of the past. We've got a properly big Akrapovic muffler at the back. Now these long mufflers, they tend to benefit a bit more top speed. It's a very simply set up bike, and they're relying on that chassis just like the Suzuki to bring this bike to the top. But what we know about the Kawasaki is it has that torque to exit the turns. Now let's pan over here to Toshima Rei's bike, the Dogfight R bike. Now this is a very unique R1. Now they have their own brand of mufflers, a long muffler on the R1. We haven't seen a muffler this long on the Yamaha R1 before, but here's what's special. Just like in the World Championship, we've seen these winglets on the R1M. It's not what we've seen last season with R1 for the Asia Road Racing Championship, so aerodynamics at work here. You can see this winglet is going to channel air through the bottom here, and it's going to exit up here. Now what this gives the bike is that extra front end stability. It's going to have more weight on the front tire. Some riders don't really like that feeling, but it has been proven to give them a bit more stability through the turns and under braking. Now let's pan over to the Aprilia, the RSV 1100 RF of Team Tatara. So Akito Haga, he's still out on track, I believe, but right now, sorry, this is Akito's bike. So we're just having a look at it. So this one has a nice winglet setup as well. It's got a little bit of a vent coming out from the engine bay here, right there where the radiator is. So the hot air will exit out here, but this is where it matters. The air is going to channel right across here, go through these vents, and exits out here. So that, again, benefits that front end stability. Now, unlike the RSV4s of the past, they fitted a properly long muffler here. Again, that would benefit the top end speed. It's something that Aprilia has struggled with in the past, but this V4 engine, it sounds beautiful and it just looks gorgeous. Now, we're going to walk a bit down and see if we can get to Shota Ite's bike if he hasn't exited. Shota Ite has exited, so we'll catch up with the other bikes once they come back in for those qualifying rears. Back to you, Barry Russell.
Great stuff from pit lane and Daniel, and so good to see some of those machines, especially the ones that we've been missing in this and other championships indeed, the Suzuki and the Kawasaki. And Kita Abe still sits at the top with that 150.4 recorded on race tyres. Again, another beautifully turned out machine. The All Japan Championship is so strong that whenever wildcards come in, when we come to Japan, we know that they're going to cause upsets among the regular riders. So despite their frustration, we as the audience absolutely love it. So there goes number 74. Oh, and back once again, talking about gorgeous bikes. This is actually my favorite of the weekend. Motohiro Ito's Honda looks so good in those colors. And again, Daniel was talking about the aerodynamics, the way that they've done the graphics there, make those winglets not look too obtrusive. And there is Kita Abe, currently sitting at the top. Yesterday he was 8th quickest on combined times with a 151.4, so he's exactly a second quicker than he was yesterday. And Ito really on it here as he comes into turn 14. Another lap completed for him, and he remains 8th. 151.2, so decent pace there. And Shota Ite, see Ito, here is Ite, the number 74. Shota Ite, this is quite a good lap, so he's showing good pace. Rinatira Puvapat, off camera, has moved himself up into P4 with a 1:50.748. Asroy, who we saw crash and is in the pits, is currently third quickest. But there's still almost 20 minutes remaining, so there will be a lot of changes to the order that you see on the timing screens currently. Shota Ite on qualifiers, as you can see from that green flash on the rear tyre. So I don't think he's going to improve this time around. Let's see what he does clock. 151.5, so not quite making the best of those tyres. And this is another one of the Uma Racing Aquino Speed collaboration machines that we've been so happy to see here in Motegi. As we look at Hafiz Sharin getting his gloves back on and ready to go out one more time. The number 40 bike you just saw there is the British rider Joe Francis. Joe yesterday did the best lap of 1:54 on the Victor Racing R1, and there the number 230 is the race 1 winner from last season, Sho Nishimura. He certainly did give us a show last season, and he's determined to do it again this time. Of course, last year he did it on a BMW. Now he's on the Honda Post Honda CBR. So here comes, on qualifiers, here comes Hafiz Sharin, and also here goes another Malaysian legend, Aslan Shah, the number 25, and his teammate, the number 24, always runs that number 24, so the sequence of numbering is a coincidence in the A1 Energy garage. None of them want to go in front, so they're just about going fast enough to remain upright, so they need to watch out for who's coming up behind them. Shota Ite probably going to improve this time around. Yes, he does. He goes up to 4th, so provisionally leading the second row for the Uma Racing MMR Aquino Speed rider. Again, you can see when he's banked over, you can see the winglets on the front of that bike to give extra stability. They are de rigueur. I think we're ready to go down to Daniel.
So now let's have a look at another wildcard. It's a Motorbomb Honda CBR 1000 RRR of Motoharu. And it looks like a bit of the Castrol livery. There's not much to talk about this bike. It's very similar to the CBRs that we've seen in the Asia Racing Championship. I do like this edition of Hippo over there. And really, it's a very simple setup bike. Now, if we look at the exhaust, the brand is Endurance. We have, again, a brand that we're not familiar with, but in Japan, they have so many different brands developing performance parts for motorcycles. And just looking at the front forks, he's running Olin, so a bit different from the CBR we saw earlier running the Showas. So this is very interesting, but really this bike is on a hot pace. They're fitting on those qualifying rears. Now let's pan over to a familiar face to our category. Well, at least familiar for last season, Sho Nishimura's bike, the JP Moto Honda CBR 1000 RRR. Very nice, a JP Post bike. It looks really good. A very simple red and white livery, but it looks like it really means business. And what's interesting here is the titanium muffler. Look at the color of that Moriwaki titanium muffler for Sho Nishimura's bike. Gorgeous. That heat causes that color to just really come up through the metal. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous looking setup for this bike. Sho Nishimura running Olins as well on the front. And right on cue, we're going to see Shota Ite's bike. As we move over here, it's the collaboration with Uma. And let's have a look at this R1. This R1 has been rapid. Shota Ite has been really, really quick. And it's a gorgeous livery. Now we're just going to give the mechanics a bit of space. But again, same as the fairing that we saw on Toshima race bike. This winglet here, channeling air from the front, exiting through here, giving that front end stability and a bit more weight at the front. I'm just going to move back a little bit as the mechanics work on Shota Ite's bike. They're going to fit back the normal compounds. I think they're going to just try and find that race setup. It's a bit of a challenge for riders like Shota Ite, being the wild cards. They haven't ridden these Dunlop qualifying rears before. So now we can see it's Akeno's own brand of exhaust, another full system titanium down there by the looks of it as well. Gorgeous looking bike, the livery looks so great. And let's see what forks he's running. He's running Ohlins on the front. So again, a different setup for each bike, and it all depends on how the riders are feeling. But I find these winglets of the R1 interesting. We haven't seen this last year. We're seeing it now with the wildcards. So let's go back to Barry Russell in the studio.
Thank you, Daniel. Great to see those bikes, and not so great to see Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman in the gravel trap. But no big harm done. Let's just see what happened there. He was just ahead of his teammate, Apiwat, and on qualifiers, and the front just goes away from him. And yeah, that was a bit of a tumble. Rolled sideways. So we will see changes to the lap times now, because all the main runners are on qualifiers, so far as we can see. No less of them is the rider on your screen there. What a beautiful close-up of the JDT Panigale. He doesn't want to be followed. So, little argy-bargy, gesticulation argy-bargy between Apiwat and Hafiz. Hafiz doesn't want to be followed. And Apiwat is a rider who yields to no one. Glare back again from Hafiz Sharin, the former MotoGP rider, really knows his way around here well. They've got data from last year. They're strengthening the team all the time. They're improving the bike all the time, and he is due for a win this season. 2 seconds, but that won't be good enough for the Malaysian star. Currently sitting third. Azroy is back out after his earlier tumble. He's recorded a 150.517, so 600s quicker than Hafiz. But Hafiz pushing on now, trying to make the most of those rear qualifying tyres. Working hard into the tunnel in the final sector. Beg your pardon. It's in the second sector for Hafiz. Long tunnel. That was a good sector 2. Kita Abe is on another good lap. So let's see what comes from the Japanese SDG Heart Pro rider. Zakwan Zaidi moves up into second. He's making good use of those qualifiers. We're still in the 150s at the top of the timing screens, but now we're not, because Kito Abe has converted that into one really good lap. He's done a 149.871. So Kita Abe making really good use of those qualifiers as Tioyu Joe goes through just ahead of Hafiz. Hafiz is probably going to go past him on the approach to turn 1. Tioyu Joe tucks in behind him. But Hafiz will want this to be a really good lap, so we're into the 149s as we thought we might be. Now let's see if that is a fastest lap ever. I do believe it is. So let's check last season's qualifying. Yuki Kuni, no, it did a 149.444. So we're not there yet. Kito Abe, this won't improve this lap. We've done decent but not exceptional first 2 sectors, but a rider who definitely is on the move here is Hafiz Sharin. fastest Sector 1 set so far. We've got 10 minutes remaining before the checkered flag comes out, so a lot of changes in store. Zakwan Zaidi comes through. Zakwan currently third. Hafiz on a flyer. So it's all going on here as Daniel Bogers rejoins me. Must be close to 10,000 steps now, Daniel. But this session is really heating up, as you are.
Yeah, it's getting really intense. Love seeing what's going on there. Hafiz looking like he's going to contest Kito Abe. But Kito's been looking brilliant this weekend. This is what he needed, a good qualifying session.
Yeah, and he's got it. He's into the 149s, and I think Hafiz is going to go ahead of him this time around, provided he keeps it clean during the final sector.
Oh, 49.6 for Hafiz Sharin, 149.6. Hafiz on provisional pole. Shoni Shimura went up into 5th, and now he's down into 6th because Apiwat's gone up into 4th. JDT have done an amazing job for Hafiz Sharin, and Hafiz, credit where credit is due, he has ridden this bike beautifully this weekend.
Yeah, all the way through, right from the beginning. This does look like a moment coming for Hafiz Sharin and JDT. This session is not done yet. A lot of those qualifiers will be cooked now, including those of Hafiz. Sho Nishimura getting on it as well, as you said, Daniel. He's currently down in 6th.
He's going quick in Sector 1, Sho Nishimura. This might not be over for Sho Nishimura yet. He might try and find his way onto the front row. It's good. It's a good Sector 2 from Sho Nishimura. He only needs about 4/10. Well, the 4/10 in racing is not easy to find. Wararuka, he puts that Aprilia up into 10th, 150.988.
Another rider's looking to move up. No, it's really the rider to watch is Sho Nishimura, who's just done the fastest Sector 3. So there he is, the number 230 on that beautiful Honda.
And he's got the hard front on.
Yeah, hard front, qualifying rear.
Is Sho about to put on a show in qualifying? Here he comes, Sho Nishimura putting that Honda horsepower down. He comes across, it's a 149.9. He just misses out, but he is on the front row. What a lap from Sho Nishimura. He's shown great pace in practice, and now qualifying, look at that little celebration. He knows that's a good lap.
That worked, and whatever happens in the next 7 minutes, that will be good enough to put him in a good position to contest for another ARRC race win here at Motegi. Behind him is Nakarin Turapupat, who is so spectacular, so quick here last year. I think underneath the helmet, Hafiz was puffing out his cheeks then. But what a great weekend he's had so far. Provisional pole for the Malaysian superstar. Looks to the sky, probably a few fans up there looking down at him. But he has been super strong.
Wararuka is looking for a bit of improvement. Wararuka might find himself right behind Chip Nakarin, and he might knock Azan Shah off 9th place off the 3rd row. Here comes Wararuka for Tatara Aprilia. Will the Aprilia be on the 3rd row on the grid? He comes across 150.953. It was close. It's a slight improvement, but it's not enough to go up into 9th. But not a bad showing from Aprilia in qualifying.
Yeah, just looking at what may come. Most of the leading contenders have done their qualifiers. Kito in the pits, Zakwan in the pits, Apiwat in the pits. Apiwat currently sitting 5th. Aslan Shah, who had that gentle little roll in the gravel, down in 9th. But Shota Ite puts out the please pass signal with his left hand. do like that. I do like. Oh, here we have Ito and Ite in that order on your screen. The number 15 and the number 74. Really strong wild cards, particularly at this stage. Ito to be down in 12th, frankly, is a surprise. But this is perhaps going to improve on this lap. Zakwan Zaidi leaving pit lane. I assume that will be on mediums to just check his race setup before the checkered flag comes out. But yeah, looking at those bikes in pit lane was a real treat, Daniel. Thank you for that, including these two.
I'll tell you what, Motoharu Ito is actually on a good lap.
Yeah, this is a good lap.
It's a decent sector too. He's going to go up a few positions for sure. Here comes Motoharu Ito for that beautiful CBR. He brings it across the line. It's a 150.753. He goes on to the third row for the grid. Provisional third row for Motoharu Ito. Hasan Shah's going to have his work cut out for him.
There is Zakwan Zaidi currently leading provisionally second row. Championship leader Azroy currently in last place on the second row. 6th quickest. We saw him at the top of the timing screens briefly earlier on, but now working on his race setup. Nakarin moves up into 5th.
Toshimare as well goes up into 7th. That was a good lap from Toshimare. 150.5, Nakarin 150.4.
Yeah, and Ito pushing on that Motorbum Honda as well. So we're not done yet. Perhaps in the top positions we are, but on the second and third rows there are still places to be contested. Azroy looking like a third row start currently for him. So he's given himself some work to do. That is the number 25 A1 Energy BMW of Aslan Shah. We won't be seeing that again until race 1 at the end of the afternoon here at Motegi. Here's Shirin. First positions all the way through, except for that aborted pre-practice 2 session yesterday afternoon. He's topped every session that has mattered so far. Will he top the final session of the day, which is race 1? There's a bit of edge between these two, Hafiz and Apiwat. Apiwat, best lap of 150.5. Those two going through and past the slower riders. Oh, and Zakwan. Down. Is that Nakarin?
No, Zakwan. He's gone down, yeah. Oh, poor Zakwan Zaidi. Yeah, he's done his qualifying lap, but...
So Zakwan's down. Currently provisional 4th. Somebody going to try and snatch that away from him. It doesn't look like it at the moment, looking at the timing screen. So he might have got away with this, Zakwan. Sho Nishimura currently on the front row. Apiwat currently 6th. Kito Abe, great session from him. As Daniel said earlier, he was due a good session. He needed a good qualifying session because he wasn't really amongst the leaders yesterday. Shota Ite going through there, the number 74. He's had another good session. Apiwat, he'll get another flying lap in if he wants it. He's in race setup mode. Although this has been a good lap for him. Let's see what he clocks as he crosses the line. It's a 151 dead. And there is the number 39, the SDG Hark Pro Honda Philippines CBR 1000 Triple R of Kito Abe. Into Sector 2 for the last time around. The checkered flag is out now to end this qualifying session. There he goes, number 39. Plunging downwards in this awkward braking zone. Cross to the right, into the darkness, out into the light, and turn 12 and 13 all the time on the left, then over to the right for turn 14, and then pin it. And here he comes across the line now. That was a 152, but clearly he was working on race setup. Hugs all round for the JDT team, very well deserved indeed. 149.661 was the time that their man, this rider, Hafiz Shirin, has clocked for them, and given the Johor-based team pole position for the weekend, for race 1 this afternoon, and of course for race 2 tomorrow. And we have a wild card in the shape of Sho Nishimura on the first row. Nobody is going to take that away from him. Nakarin improving his pace towards the end of the session. Afiwat there hounding Shota Ite. And Kawasaki in the distance coming through to cross the line. So that is qualifying done. What a session that was. As we just look at the floodlights originally installed for the oval track racing here, but Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team takes pole position, 149.661. Kito Abe for STG Hark Pro Honda Philippines, 149.870. Also in the 149s was Sho Nishimura for Japan Post Honda Racing. He will start in 3rd place and therefore on the front row. Leading the 2nd row, Zakwan Zaidi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Next to him, Honda Racing Thailand's Nakarin Atirapupapat. 2 podiums for him last time out. Afiwat Mongtananon had a mixed session there, but looking increasingly strong, 150.5. Next to him, Toshima Ray for on the Yamaha for Dogfight Racing will start 7th, as Roy Hakim Anwar, championship leader, will start from the 3rd row. Joining him on the 3rd row, Shota Ite for Uma Racing Akino Speed. Next to him, Motohara Ito for Moto Bum Honda will start 10th, and then Aslan Shah for A1 Energy BMW starting 11th. Wadaruka on the Team Tatara Aprilia RSV4 will start 12th. Ryosaki Iwato for Kawasaki Plaza Racing Team 13th. 14th, Marase Takaru for Team Titan TKR Suzuki. And Lachlan Effis for Savitar Team Asia, 151.2. Sorry. And then Cameron Dunker, Motogo Yamaha Racing Team, 151.881. Akita Haga next up for Team Tatara Aprilia. And all the way from the UK, Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team, 153.6, makes him start 18th. 19th, Kyoyu Joe, Savitar Team Asia, recorded at 158.652. That brings us to the end of qualifying, and when we return, it will be for race 1. But before we get there, we'll just look at a recap of that race, and then we will go to Daniel.
It's looking like the perfect start to the weekend for the race week for you. How was it out there in qualifying, and is Motegi really solidified as your favorite circuit on the calendar?
Yeah, I'm very satisfied with the result that we did from the day one until now. But the qualifying was not my perfect laps because many bikes in behind me. So I tried to find a way to go alone, and also during the quali tire also was not a great lap line. Also in the track I was a bit too much. But when I jump back to the race tire, I feel more relaxed and I enjoy. But anyway, we have a good pace, and I hope the weather is good because it's very cloudy. I don't know what's happened in the afternoon, but anyway, we prepared the mental and everything ready to fight for the victory, and also to try to take the advantage, because this is my favorite track, and I love the vibe in here. So we will see later.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for race 1 later.
Thank you.
Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.